Tuturu. Asked me if I will share my Skirk flowers. Well, let's see. She is pretty close to.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Five. Flute. The fucking flute. 6. Seven.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
11. Well, 13. 15. Okay.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly...
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Ah. The last cat.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I am Skirk, disciple of Sirtologi, the Foul. You've proven your strength to me along your journey, and earned the right to speak to me as an equal. Now, let me witness how your fate unfolds.
The weather's nice like this tomorrow as well.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
I hope the weather's nice like this tomorrow
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new
let's see.
inspiration.
Main effects. Ah, come on. Retreat, obviously. Set type. Okay, over. No.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Bye. Have fun with your Skirk.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe. In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Appreciated. No, I have enough of them. Probably. How much does she need total? Hmm. 1% tenacity. Well, tenacity is actually a good option.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered.
168.
No, I have never lost a duel.
Never Papillon. Clarinda, Chiore. Warp. Monday, Thursday,
A
Sunday.
duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
Mm. Yo! Really here. So this is where the thing happens, right? Okay. I draw. Let's go like this.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most
I
of
can
them I
play
defeated.
Escoffier.
The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
Oh. Wow. This
Off to the freezer!
amazing.
A burst of flavor!
No. I somehow do it.
Bow your head.
A dash of frosting! Shower new...
Yeah, there are a lot of sketches.
A little immersive!
Should present a united front.
Let the world get right!
What if I just throw
Witness my power!
use that?
A symphony of cannon fire.
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Come on, let's get more, please.
No rescue, no problem. Juice on the loose.
It is time to slay our foes with one almighty
Calls for some pomp and ceremony.
A burst of flavor. Let the world come
Annihilation is nigh! I see the temperate waters of eons past.
How did I survive? Oh. So that's the deal.
Oh, this is all getting rather dreary.
Allow me, my darling.
Juice on the loose.
Ow! A little too toasty.
A little immersive.
Let's get them in. How curious. Well.
All things come to an end. Even time itself.
Good roll.
Relying on me only.
Get back. I'll finish this job. A burst of flavor.
Settle down.
An inspired melange.
Should present a united front.
Juice on the loose.
Be sanctified. Settle down.
Onto the freezer. A burst of flavor. Let the world thrive. Yeah. You're running. No recipe, no problem. Juice on the loose!
It is time to slay our foes with one.
This calls for some pomp and ceremony.
Don't you think I have a little too
Good lord, always forgetting your lines.
application?
Our performance has yet to conclude.
I dance for you, my dear. When the tide comes in, I shall return.
Yo, how did you die?
This is all getting rather dreary.
Allow me, my darling.
The pinnacle of excellence!
The final act is upon us.
The audacity! Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Well, yay! Two of those. A bit of that. Yes. Not too much weapons. Well,
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
I hope the weather's nice like this tomorrow as well.
Yay. Oh. Recap event. So like that. I guess I'll get 20 projects. 3 levels in front of the way. Web gel error toast. What the fuck? But I'm already logged in. Wrong window. Here's the correct window. The cognosphere. Well. What else did I expect? Since you're always with us, you can't do this.
So you just rolled on the Genshin standard banner or got spooked in a weapon banner. And now you've ended up with one of these standard weapons. Well, in this video, I'm going to be ranking all 10 of these weapons that are possible to be obtained from the standard banner, and I will rank them based on how useful they will be to your account. Now, first let me state some disclaimers. Obviously, the usefulness of each weapon will differ based on the condition of your account and what characters you have. I'll try to justify each placement based on how competitive any 4-star options are, which characters are good on, and how useful it is on a general level. Now, the good news is that generally speaking, any 5-star weapon will outperform a 4-star counterpart, since they have larger stats, so if you have any 5-star weapon, you can probably find someone to slot it on. Well then, let's start with number 10 on the list. The worst standard weapon placement goes to Amos's bow. It has a base attack of 608 and 49.6% attack as its substat. Its passive ability increases normal attack and charge attack damage by 12%. After one of your arrow is fired, the damage dealt increases by a further 8% every 0.1 seconds the arrow is in the air for up to 5 stacks. So this bow is actually Ganyu's signature weapon. It makes sense since Ganyu can comfortably trigger the passive ability via her charged attack. And while any DPS bow user can find some success with it, here are some caveats. The attack substat is nice, but there are gonna be better stats that you'll want for DPS bow users, such as crit or EM in some cases. When looking at how well Amos's bow performs, for Melt Ganyu specifically, it is 110% better than the baseline option, except the damage loses to Aqua Simulacra and Hunter's Path, even though the bow itself is pretty much tailor-made for Ganyu. Even then, the 110% is just marginally better than an R5 prototype Crescent, performing at a favorable 108%, which by the way is a free craftable weapon. Yikes. It performs decently on Child, but keep in mind that he also has a melee mode, and the passive is useless while he is in that mode. It's bad on support characters like Farazan, Diona, Yelan since they won't be using the normal attack or charge attack. But here's the most infuriating part. On Yoimiya specifically, while it may seem that she can take advantage of the passive given her playstyle, Amos's bow actually loses out to Slingshot, which is a 3-star weapon. All in all, this bow is just way too situational to run, and even as Ganyu's signature weapon, it still loses out to other options. Number 9. Skyward Pride. Base attack of 675, a substat of ER of 36.8%, increases all damage by 8%. After using a burst or any other attack, normal or
up a bit. Properties, levels, balance. Tune.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Charge attack creates a vacuum blade that deals 80% of attack as damage to opponents along the path. Now, the weapon itself isn't bad. The problem is that it's a claymore, and there aren't a lot of users in the game that can take advantage of this when Serpent Spine is in the game. The high base attack is balanced out with a smaller ER substat, so it almost seems like a DPS or hybrid support user wants to use the weapon. However, in almost every case, the weapon ranking always seems to favor Serpent Spine over the Skyward Pride. Unless you don't buy the Battle Pass, it's pretty hard to slot this in over the former option. It's arguably quite decent on certain supports such as Sayu or Kave, where having high attack in ER is welcome. Though it does lose out to Serpent Spine, which is a 4-star, albeit locked behind the Battle Pass. This is the case for both sub-DPS Claymore users and physical carries. Overall, the Battle Pass Claymore is just so competitive that it's extremely hard to fit the Skyward Pride into a unit that can use it effectively. Number 8. Aquila Favonia. Base attack 674, substat of physical damage bonus at 41.3%. Attack is increased by 20%, and when taking damage, regenerates health equal to 100% of attack and dealing 200% as damage to surrounding opponents. Now you might be thinking, why on earth isn't this weapon at the bottom of the list? It's absolutely terrible. Okay, just hear me out for a second. Well, yes, from a pure meta standpoint, the weapon looks like it can be used for quirky physical teams such as Chi-Chi, Shin, or Kaya. While yes, you can build them that way and still have a blast playing them in the overworld, or even maybe bring them into the abyss when giving enough investments, they're not particularly meta-defining. There are some meta users that can take advantage of this. Its high base attack makes it a perfect weapon for Bennett to use. The base attack is actually tied with the Mist Splitter, which has the same 674 attack. Since Bennett's burst will give an attack boost on your entire party based on his base attack stat, this weapon can help it along in a big way, beating out Alley Flash, the 4-star sword with the highest base attack in the game. While the substat is wasted, the record high base attack makes it one of the best options if you care about boosting everyone else's damage. I will need to remind players that Bennett is the most used 4-star unit in the Abyss. There's always going to be a place for the Aquila Favonia to fit in. Another character that can take advantage of the high attack is Xingqiu. Since his damage doesn't scale with HP like Yelan, having a high attack can help him dish out some bigger numbers. Though you probably only want one copy of this weapon, since these units only care about the attack stat. Though I just want to state that the Aquila Favonia is not as bad as some people make it out to be. It's a solid pick for Bennett and can open up some quirky physical teams for you to tinker with. Number 7. Skyward Spine. Base attack 674, substat of ER at 36.8%, increases crit rate by 8% and increases attack speed by 12%. Whenever a normal or charged attack hits an opponent, it has a 50% chance to trigger a vacuum blade that deals 40% of damage. So immediately, to take full advantage of the weapon, the character will have to use their normal and or charge attack extensively, meaning they have to be on field. This rules out any support users such as Yao Yao, who Tao can't use it since she wants EM and the damage gets matched with Dragon's Bane and Deathmatch. The stats are marginal increases from 4 stars for characters like Rosaria, Raiden, and Xiao. Though for Rosaria and Raiden, the attack speed buff is wasted, and keep in mind that when Raiden bursts, her attacks count as burst damage, so the passive doesn't apply. You definitely don't want to remove the catch from your Xiangling, it's just not worth it. There's another polearm on this list that just does the job better in a lot of cases, but the Skyward Spine is still a small upgrade from 4-star counterparts for select characters. Number 6. Lost Prayers to the Sacred Winds. 608 base attack, substat of crit rate for 33.1%, increases movement speed by 10%. When in battle, gains an elemental damage bonus every 4 seconds with a maximum of 4 stacks. Now, it's worth mentioning that the character who's using this must be on the field in order for the elemental stacks to add up, meaning ideally the user must be on field for a minimum of 16 seconds to max out the 4 stacks of the passive buff. This of course immediately rules out any support catalyst users, as they will not be on field for nearly that long to gain the full benefit. The builds that can use Lost players effectively are main catalyst DPSs. Specifically, the weapon is actually Vaporize Young Fei's best in slot, performing at 111% of the Witsith, the weapon's primary 4-star competition. It's also pretty good for DPS Mona or Wanderer since they both will be on field for a long period of time. Overall, the crit rate substat is very general, but the passive requires some planning ahead. Number 5. Skyward Atlas. 674 base attack, substat of attack percent for 33.1, increases elemental damage by 12%. Normal attacks have a 50% chance to seek out enemies to attack for 15 seconds, dealing 160% attack damage. Now, this and Lost players have a lot in common, and I would overall rate them around the same power level and in terms of use case. However, the Atlas gets a slight leg up since its effect and substat can be applied a bit more universally across any roster. Just like Lost Prayers, the Atlas tends to favor DPS catalyst units. You can forget about putting it on Nahida or Sucrose as they want EM. The Atlas is actually Hazel's best in slot weapon, beating out Mappa Mare at 120% of its damage output. It's highly contested as the best in slot for Ningguang if you're into that kind of thing, and also competitive for Yai. Of course, none of the mentioned characters are that meta-defining, but the Skyward Atlas still has its uses. Number 4. Skyward Harp. Base attack 674, substat of crit rate for 22.1%. Increases crit damage by 20%. Hits have a 60% chance to hit in an AoE, dealing some physical damage. The Harp gets a slight increase in usability over other Skyward weapons since it gives both crit rate and crit damage. It's not good on Diona or Yelan. On Yoimiya, it still gets outperformed by Slingshot, which is a 3-star weapon. Performs around the same as Amos's bow on Ganyu, except only marginally better than the prototype Crescent, which again is a craftable. It will generally outperform any 4-star competition if used on the right unit. It's good stat stick on characters that care about damage scaling with attack, such as Fischl, Tignari, and Child. When thinking about whether or not a weapon is future-proof, since the Harp has 2 of the most general stats that a unit would want, its desirability increases considerably. Number 3. This one was a tough placement, but the Primordial Jade Winged Spear topples the Skyward Harp just slightly. Base attack 674, substat of crit rate at 22.1%.
Выпуска. Видите, потому что пересадка на Петровский торг. Пересадка. Значит, это садись где-то в 3-й вагон. Или даже 4-й. 4-й вагон. И там переход на это. На динамику. Ну и я тогда... Ну, ты доедешь до выпуска, будешь там меня ждать.
Наверное, от Вековской. Наверное, от Вековской, чтобы не париться.
Да.
Со всем этим.
Не, ну то есть ты-то сядешь здесь, а я...
Нет, я о том, что я к Вековской подъеду и тогда поедем.
А ты как к Вековской поедешь? На автобусе, что ли?
Нет, на метро.
Ну так ты внутри будешь?
Да.
Ну вот, я говорю, надо, чтобы ты к Вековской подъехал где-то в районе без 22.
Так.
On hit, increases attack by 3.2% for 6 seconds, maximum 7 stacks. And if you have all 7 stacks, damage dealt is further increased by 12%. Now, unlike the Skyward Spine, whose passive only triggers on normal or charged hits, the Jade Spear works on any attack as long as it hits something. It is a noticeable increase in damage on Burst DPS Raiden, as that's probably one of the highly desired characters that most players have built up. Of course, being Xiao's signature weapon, it's arguably his best in slot, though you do have to do some plunges before getting the full passive effect. Good on Sino as a stat stick, not that good on Hu Tao since she doesn't attack that often to get the full effects of the passive. For support roles like Rosaria or Shenhe, you're better off using a Favonius Lance or Deathmatch instead. You can put it on Xiangling, but the catch is basically a staple on her, so it's quite hard to slot it in, unless you really want someone else to use the catch. Overall, some general but favorable stats, it's good for a lot of characters. Number 2, Skyward Blade. Base attack 608, substat of ER at 55.1%, crit rate is increased by 4%. Upon using a burst, you get increased movement speed by 10%, increased attack speed by 10%, and normal and charged hits deal additional damage to 20% of your attack. So on to the last of the Skyward category. Continuing of providing very general but desirable stats, having ER and a bit of crit rate is more or less favorable on any sword user. Plus the high attack value on the weapon is an added bonus. A lot of characters can benefit from these stats. Ayaka, Xingqiu, Bennett, Kazuha to name a few. It's even good on Aggravate, Kuki or Keqing, but not good on Hyperbloom teams since those want EM instead. Again, just like the Harp, since there are more sword users in the game than other weapon types, this thing will definitely find a place for your roster someday. And that brings us to the best standard weapon, at least in my opinion. And number 1 is Wolf's Gravestone. There's only one. Number 2, Skyward Blade.
Так, стоп. Откуда у тебя тогда у других персонажей в сигнатурке? Мне просто казалось, у тебя у Эскофье есть сигнатурка.
boost. Enough.
Let's go. Oh, I could have saved more.
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
A little. Burn it down.
Loaded.
Up to the free pyroclastic surge. Rev the engines.
No, come on, that's not that good. Neither is this, neither is this. Okay, if you've done your part. Time for it to go to into the Shadow Realm.
Ah, I'm all warmed up.
One. So fucking funny that
Ad Astra.
oh, by the way, need to do something about Duolingo. Complete 2 lessons. Oh, challenge complete. It seems that this month's challenge is complete. 4, 8, 3, 7, 5, 4, 6, 5, 3, 8, 7, 3, 5, 8, 4, 6, 6, 5, 7, 8, 3, 4, 4, 7. This mathematical thing. I have her in shop, and I don't need to do anything else. The Risk movie binge is completed. Yeah, not worth it. Sure about energy recharge, but yes, so this HP percent not worth it. Attack percent. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. By the way, let's try something. Karen, fix yourself. I see. Doesn't want to.
Ну, я не знаю, в чем прикол, но почему-то из карт там просто работает только Яндекс.Пэй и все. Типа, ну, в конце концов, не сработает у тебя, да, и просто аккаунт, там, закинь на мою карту, я тебе зайду, без проблем оплачу, если понадобится. Если уж так понадобится.
Эх. Backpack Hero soon, July 3rd to July 10th. Hey. Yeah, that's not worth it. That's pretty trash. And what is something? Maybe someone scaling with elemental mastery will be quite grateful. Okay. Let's go there. And run it a couple of times.
Faster, stronger. On my mark, show no mercy. Ha! Suffer the wrath of evil. Wrath from the sky. Full throttle.
Well, sense attack energy recharge. Maybe. Great trade.
Quick as a flash. Let's move. Yeah. Bring it. Full speed ahead. You two. Time to end. On my mark! Pyroclastic surge! Ka! Full throttle! Form first! Start the...
Definitely not something that I want. Oh, injured charge, create damage, elemental mastery.
Try and stop me! Bring it! Step aside! Let's move!
let's go into it one more time. I know this one. Energy recharge, defense percent, HP percent. Nice. I don't think I want any more damage bonus. It's a main stat. Where you looked? Like if I use this set, then I don't want anything like that. Well, it has the percent and the energy recharge, so maybe return. Okay. So, attack percent, not elemental mastery, looks like, at least. Let's see. 50% with not so good of substats. Create rate, elemental mastery, no. Attack percent with not so good substats. If it at least had energy recharge, but no. Energy recharge, attack percent. Energy recharge, attack percent. With defense with energy recharge. Maybe. No. It's useless. That's no. And let's go. Goblet attack percent. No. Higher damage bonus. No. Elemental Mastery, no. HP percent, no. Energy Recharge, crit damage, Elemental Mastery, no. Nothing here. Two more. Attack percent crit damage, no. Attack percent crit damage, attack flat. Okay, this is more likely to be shit. Let's see. Attack percent double crit. Alright. No energy recharge though, so once again double crit. I don't know. HP percent. Energy recharge. 3. I'm also not sure about this one. Okay. Okay, so now what? Um, what am I interested right now? Ah, yes. A couple of small artifacts that I can just get from whatever. I went in the wrong direction.
Try and stop me!
Let's see if it goes into crit damage. Oh, not yet. And
Пам-пам! Бу! Не ждали уже, да? Привет, я Руслан Усачев, и сегодня мы поговорим о самых интересных новостях и событиях в России и мире. Мире за последнее время. Новостей много, в конце по классике комплимент дня, но так как я сейчас в Лос-Анджелесе, бонусом еще протестируем беспилотное такси от конкурентов Илона Маска. Так что ставьте лайки, проверяйте подписку на канал. К новостям. Пам-пам. Да, мы давненько не виделись. У меня тут отпуск в США, я надеюсь. Вы не изменяли мне с другими новостными блогерами за это время. К тому же мы не так много событий пропустили. Всего лишь Израиль начал войну с Ираном. Бам! США подключились к войне, разбомбили ядерные объекты Ирана и заставили страны объявить перемирие. Бам! Потом в США зарегистрировали первую действующую вакцину от ВИЧ. Всего 2 укола в год и почти 100% эффективность. Стоит, правда, $14 000 за укол. Пам! А испанцы тем временем научились лечить облысение, но только у мышей. И, к сожалению, в этой статье научной не было фотографии лысой мыши, пришлось генерировать. Пам! Лукашенко по просьбе фотографии лысой мыши пришлось генерировать. Пам! Лукашенко по просьбе спецпредставителя Трампа Кита Келлога выпустил из тюрьмы нескольких политических заключенных, включая Сергея Тихановского. Того самого Тихановского, оппозиционера, которого не допустили до выборов в 2020 году, и кандидатом пошла его жена Светлана Тихановская. Пам! Ну а группа BTS наконец-то полностью в полном составе вернулась из армии и планирует возвращение на сцену. Видимо, не перевоспитала их армия. И это здорово. Да, ладно, согласен. Новостей я много пропустил. Я вот, кстати, переживаю, что обычно какие-то важные события происходят на момент, когда я уже снял видео, отдал его на монтаж. А вот посмотрите, стоило в отпуск уехать, успели начать и закончить целую войну. Так вы и не узнаете, на чьей я был стороне. Ни на чьей. Пока Трамп вроде как к какому-то перемирию привел Израиль и Иран, такое, знаете, перемирие, которое в основном существует у него в голове, давайте лучше разберемся, какие были последствия. Пам-пам. Парламент Ирана одобрил законопроект о приостановке сотрудничества с МАГАТЭ. Да, было бы странно после прилета нескольких бомб по их ядерным лабораториям продолжать пускать туда иностранных наблюдателей. Они вообще сейчас все находятся в странных положениях. Трамп говорит, что ядерная программа Ирана уничтожена американскими бомбами. Иран говорит, что ничего важного задеть американцам не получилось. Все важное вывезли, либо слишком глубоко подготовили.
Погодище. KQMs, dann Mm-hmm. 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 So 40 substats with the first 20 going equally into every substat possible. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Two into everything, and the other 20 going into the stuff that I want, but not more than 10 into each, or how much into each? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna use Genshin Optimizer and go for characters. Dad, where's Dad? Daddy. Let's... oh crap. Select level 80 out of 90. Talent level 9. Teams. I don't have an Arlecchino team. Let's add an Arlecchino team. Quick setup. Magical Girl. Loom. Okay, here's Daddy. Then purple people. And then purple chicken. Then Anson? Or who? Pyro or Electro? Maybe Benedict. After 7 hits, both have an bless. Daddy. Let's see, Daddy. Main stat. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, the one that I currently have, the one that had attack, HP, defense. Let's just go for fragment, head, main stats, crit rate, crit damage. Yes, nice. And new level. Let's go. Okay, so make it 20. Oh no, that's not the correct one. This one. Make this one 13. Wait, it's not 13, it's 17.9. 17.9. 16. 31. 17.9, 20. Here we go. Save artifact. we go. It increases by 2% everything. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. HP percent. No, flat HP, defense percent, crit rate. Yes, this one, the correct one. HP percent, crit damage, crit rate. Yes, nice. Attack percent. This one. Yes, nice. That's the correct one. Equipped build. And recrafted build. Let's KQMS. Refinement, well, 97 fields. Attack per percent. And let's go crit rate, maybe. To set, for set. Yay! Let's go like this. Mm-hmm. No, max 12. $20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, 19. Max 12, max 10, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. This? Oh. Oh no. 20. Don't. Okay. It's a good one. Compare. I am over the baseline. Woo! Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You have an absolutely amazing. Rolls most of the time. But what if instead of this, I give her this? Some percent. Some percent damage difference. All right. So catching main starter involves IPS 5 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here plus 2 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, and 3 here. Only 3. Yeah. I could get a better hat. But just barely. Attack percent, crit damage percent. Yeah. Crit damage on the lower side. Average. Just medium, just above. Better, lower. Lower. Better, better. Okay. Characters. Tips. We can melt. We kill herself. QMS. That's a fucking ridiculous weapon. Let's... What? What's crystal? How does it work? On hit, attacks against opponents with less than 30% HP. Increase all party members' attack. So 30 seconds. No, just no. That doesn't seem like. Wait, it's flat attack, attack percent. Ish. Physical damage bonus. No. Create rate. What does it do? Unforged. Shield strength. Skyward Pride, energy recharge, and no damage by 8%. So that's alright, but not good really for her. Red Horn, yeah, no, this one is crit rate. Such a low amount of crit rate. Attack percent, wow. No. This one is crit rate. Yes, Dia's weapon. Okay, let's go for Wolf's Gravestone because it's ridiculously bad. In the context of what we currently have. Okay, so let's go to equipped build. I have a way better weapon, it seems. Refinement 5. This one minus 2.5% equip, but overall I'm still better. If I go for games S and instead go for equipped, compare it to this one, 7, yes. This one plus 14. A ridiculous weapon. It's 19. Minus 14. Minus 2%. Minus 11%. Minus 3%. Where's the minus 1.2%? Plus 40%. Yo, what the hell? Server just plus 53%. Okay, well done. I'm just gonna do the same calcs with Skirk. Yeah. And just check if the weapon is as good, but it seems that Marika really needs our stuff. Кулончик. Let's swap to Finale of the Deep. Equip. Vengeance Escoffier. First of all, Faunus. Once. And the rest doesn't matter, just no. Out of 90. 9. And she doesn't have any other buffs, so that's good enough. I'm gonna also edit you to go for once again level 80 out of 90. 9. Character 3 is gonna be Brat. So Skirk. No blade. Sturdy bone. What a beautiful sword. Really deep. Fine. into attack percent. Nice. Any artifact set. Let's say Blizzard Strayer for set. Enemy is affected by cryo. Mm-hmm. Um, is frozen. 18 zone 81. 17. Why do you not show the difference? Here we go. 18781 plus 7.3%. Punch damage a bit better, so yeah, technically crit rate is the same because it is overcapped either way. Okay, so let's go a bit lower here. Let's distribute it like this. Okay. Enemy is frozen. Plus 2%. My current credit rate is 105. Here we go. Now let's see. So 0.9, 4%. Okay. So plus 1.2%. Is the frozen one. If we go for blizzards right here. MSBS. That's QQMS. Arena set. That's going to be KQMS. New set. Let's go like this. And instead of just a hunter, where the fuck is it? I know the deep galleries for set. Normal attack, damage bonus. Yep. Okay, so like this. Crit rate 69.2, crit damage 167, 19,329. 18. Let's go for Merchant's Hunter. $95.2. Minus 1%, really. Well, if you say so. It seems to me that there is a much better chance of getting good enough crit rate. Higher crit rate. 15%. Duplicate. First, cultivation. Really? Compared to QMS Finale? Well, she really wants attack percent, but she doesn't get it from anywhere. Maybe, by the way, Skirk here, let's give her a new TC build and edit it to have for bonus refinement 90 and then just go for is it tenacity for set to 50%? Yes, here we go. And then select and skill damage. Go for energy recharge. Go for crit rate. Probably. Right, distribute. Here we go. Settings. After hitting opponent. Skirk. Minus 2.5%. Still decrease. Okay, well maybe instead of equip build here, maybe instead of equip build, let's just go for just a 5. So 90 by max and percent manager damage bonus trade, but also no less for set after using elemental burst 20% attack. I thought it was different. Okay, so damage. Skill damage. Distribute. Let's call it this. Nice. Okay, First Skirk now has... Okay, so Calamity of Asher is not her weapon. At least if she goes for finale with the Deep Berries. Well then, let's see. This weapon. Oh. Oh. +1. Oh, so. Oh. Yeah, Tim? Is the same. Because I'm comparing to current, obviously it's the same. Just Hunter. Essentially the same. It repairs less crit rate. Oh, you. 6%. Minus 5.3. Wait, 55%. Wow. Ну и вот эти colors. Still 25%. Here it's 4.8%, but in the context of 5.7%. 8.5%. Module trade cutter. $15. Mm-hmm. %.
Что не убрать? Ты сейчас не будешь?
Huh. Depress amount of crit damage, but still. Seems like this weapon is also on pretty good statistic, just because it has a lot of crit damage. Just 0.8%. Alright, so I relate to them to skill, and let's see, plus 62 fucking %. Yeah, well, well, Okay. $74. 45. But I give us coffee now. Calamity Queller. Wait, that's the same. How does this work? Calamity Queller. That only affects the healing he receives. He gives off. Yeah, it doesn't look like. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, of course, that's refinement 5. What about Skirk herself? She is currently heaven. Oh, that's R5. Refinement 1. Let's see. 23%. Let's go into every other one. Minus 3.2% in Splitter. Minus 4.3%. Here. Crit rate, but plus 2.5%. Plus 7.8%. Plus 8.5%. But is it actually a normal attack damage bonus? Well, because that's considered normal attack damage. Even though it is skill. Okay, well. 8.5 absolution. 20%, okay. When I say 8%, will for Bonia, obviously non-70%. Big Patrol Song. So Azure Light is plus 23%. But if I go for teams, we can melt Avika and give her refinement 1. Okay, so whose gravestone is Just one. Oh. It's gonna be also 23.5%. Can I give her 20% through other means? By the way, let's see how much Serpent's Pain would give her. Minus 11%. Really? That is good. Plus 2%. Really? That's nice. 0.8%. Well, at least it looks fire. And I'm comparing to equipped. Maybe I should actually do copy to TC builds. Refinement 1 plus 3%. Minus 6%. Minus 4%. Plus 21%. Okay, that's actually way less. What's that supposed to mean? So I can get 21%. From her shit. Mm. 3% for Wolves Greystone. Maybe a bit more. If I'm lucky. But if I don't get Wolves Greystone, then nothing will help me. Probably. Like here. Minus 16%. That's fucking 16%. Yeah, just not good enough. Oh, mostly because I'm overcapping on crit rate. Yeah, that That's gonna make everything problematic. I'm going to get crit damage stuff. I'm gonna have much more of an increase. Like, here we go, 31%. No, actually, that's just because crit damage is way too fucking low. Greystone, 10%. No, that's R5, R1. 5%. 31%. What? I guess I'm not gonna pull on Skirk's weapon because 20%, while good, is probably not something that
you
I
haven't
can
quite hit
really
your
afford.
reps for today. Come on, one more set.
One more set. One more fucking set.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Somewhere over there. would expect something else, but there's nothing else. For some reason. Okay, let's go collect the stuff.
Base attack 608, substat of ER at 55.1%, crit rate is increased by 4%. Upon using a burst, you get increased movement speed by 10%, increased attack speed by 10%, and normal and charged hits deal additional damage to 20% of your attack. So on to the last of the Skyward category. Continuing of providing very general but desirable stats, having ER and a bit of crit rate is more or less favorable on any sword user. Plus the high attack value on the weapon is an added bonus. A lot of characters can benefit from these stats. Ayaka, Xingqiu, Bennett, Kazuha to name a few. It's even good on Aggravate, Kuki or Keqing, but not good on Hyperbloom teams since those want EM instead. Again, just like the Harp, since there are more sword users in the game than other weapon types, this thing will definitely find a place for your roster somewhere. And that brings us to the best standard weapon, at least in my opinion. And number 1 is Wolf's Gravestone. There's only one weapon left on this list, but you've already knew what it was when I went over number 2. Base attack 608, substat of attack percent at 49.6, increases attack by 20%. On hit, attacks against opponents with less than 30% HP, increases all party members' attacks by 40%. So why do I think so highly of this weapon? Well, it's because Wolf's Gravestone's role as a claymore is almost uncontested. The only other weapon that does similar results is Serpent's Spine at higher refinements, but that's from the Battle Pass. No other 4-star claymore can contest the amount of attack and utility of this weapon. When looking at most other weapons on this list, usually there is a more accessible 4-star option that can closely compete with a 5-star. Wolf's Gravestone, on the other hand, has very little competition. A Claymore main DPS is basically the ultimate Unga Bunga playstyle. It wants attack, and it wants a lot of it. The only word of warning is that you shouldn't pair the user of this weapon with other attack buffers, as buffing attack percent can have diminishing returns. That being said, when looking at Claymore users, this hunk of metal is top tier. It's best in slot on Razor, Deluxe, and Eula, beating out even Song of Broken Pines, which is their signature weapon. Not only that, its team-wide attack buff can even be utilized by supports like Chongyun. In some cases, it's tied with R5 Serpent Spine as the generalist best in slot claymore for main DPSs. Now you could argue that it's not as powerful since none of the claymore users in the game are that meta, but in my eyes, it doesn't account for characters or playstyles that will come out in the future. Unless they release a 4-star claymore that out-competes the Wolf's Gravestone, this thing will be the go-to claymore for a long time. So that goes for my top 10 rankings of the Genshin standard weapons. Obviously, the usability of these weapons will vary per player, but generally speaking, every 5-star option will perform better than 4-star counterparts. If you got a 5-star weapon, use it. Of course, I would love to hear about what you think of the 10 standard weapons if you were fortunate or unfortunate enough to get some of them. Until then, see you later and have fun with the game.
I've been waiting. Please remain seated.
Maybe you already know this curve. It appears in countless YouTube videos, blog posts about society and the business world, and it is the prevalent result when you look at the psychological effect that is commonly associated with the Dunning-Kruger effect. The curve is the visual equivalent to this quote commonly attributed to Charles Bukowski. The problem with the world is that the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid ones are full of confidence. The curve shows that the people who are the most confident about their knowledge are the ones who have little to no actual knowledge about the topic. Thus, this peak in the curve is fittingly named Mount Stupid. Once you learn more about the topic, your confidence plummets, since you realize how much there is that you don't know. Further learning will improve your confidence, yet you can never reach the blissful heights of Mount Stupid again. When I initially discovered this graph, I was thrilled because it so accurately describes the way all my learning processes have felt. Over time, I even anticipated the confidence drop behind Mount Stupid and tried to adjust my level of confidence accordingly. But when I went out to learn more about the Dunning-Kruger effect, I realized that something about the story that I've just told couldn't be right. See, the problem is that the Mount Stupid graph resembles the initial Bukowski quote in yet another aspect. Just as the quote is falsely attributed to Charles Bukowski, this curve has nothing to do with the real Dunning-Kruger effect. And this is where the irony starts. To understand what the Dunning-Kruger effect is actually about, it is best to start with the original study that first introduced the effect, published in 1999 by Justin Kruger and David Dunning. The question that led Kruger and Dunning to write their paper was this: how is it that people sometimes say things that are clearly wrong and yet are totally confident that they are correct? The answer can be found in the concept of metacognition, that is, the knowledge about your knowledge or the understanding of your own thought processes. Imagine you have to take a grammar test, yet you're unfamiliar with the rules of grammar. Naturally, you don't know which answer is correct, but even if you finally pick an answer, you cannot determine whether you picked correctly, again because you don't know the rules of grammar. In terms of metacognition, this means that both choosing the right answer as well as evaluating whether an answer is correct require the exact same knowledge about a given topic. This is one of the core insights of the Dunning-Kruger effect, described by the authors as the dual burden of unskilled people. The effects of this can be seen in the tests Kruger and Dunning have conducted for their study. They gave students tests on the topics of humor, grammar and logic and asked the students after the test how good they thought their performance was. To evaluate how much the actual test score differed from the perceived ability of the students, they produced this following graph. On the x-axis, we have the students divided in 4 groups according to how good they performed in the test. The y-axis shows at which percentile a given test score stands in relation to all the other test scores. The graph for the actual test scores looks like this. The average score of the group with the lowest scoring students ranks quite low, the scores of the highest scoring students rank comparatively high, no big surprises here. Now comes the interesting part. If all the students had perfectly assessed their own performance, the graph of their perceived ability would perfectly match the graph of the actual test scores. Instead, it looks like this. The students in the lowest scoring quartile grossly overestimated their ability relative to their peers. They thought they had scored better than average, when in fact their performance fell in the 12th percentile. This can be explained by the aforementioned concept of metacognition. If you lack the knowledge to answer correctly, you also lack the knowledge to correctly assess your own performance. But there is another interesting aspect in this graph. While the low-scoring students overestimated themselves, the best-scoring students underestimated their performance. Kruger and Dunning attributed this to the false consensus effect. That means that top quartile participants evaluated their own performance correctly, but because they performed so adeptly, they assumed the same was true of their peers. As mentioned before, Kruger and Dunning conducted several tests for their study, but the quintessence always remained the same. It is noteworthy, however, that the same phenomenon has since been found by numerous other studies. They investigated it under various circumstances as well as with different methods and provide further empirical proof for the Dunning-Kruger effect. This study from 2013, for example, has showed that the Dunning-Kruger effect persists even when the test subjects are explicitly told that their self-evaluation is flawed. When we now look back at the Mount Stupid curve, it becomes quite obvious that it misrepresents the actual Dunning-Kruger effect in multiple ways. First, the effect is not about stupid people, but about incompetence, that is, the absence of knowledge about a given topic. And since all of us are incompetent in one area or another, the Dunning-Kruger effect applies to all of us. Second, and contrary to what many internet blogs claim, the study doesn't show that incompetent people are more confident or arrogant than incompetent people. If we look back at the graphs from the study, there is a clear positive correlation between the actual performance and the perceived ability. It is only the magnitude by which the assessment deviates from reality that changes. Third, the Dunning-Kruger effect is about the misconceptions of poor performers, not the ones of beginners without knowledge. It is noteworthy, however, that in 2018 David Dunning and a colleague published a study on this exact topic, that is, overconfidence among beginners. Their study in fact provides some empirical proof for the Mount Stupid curve, yet I'm quite sure that most people who use the curve have never heard of their study. I have tried to trace the origin of the Mount Stupid curve, but I couldn't find anything conclusive. All that I'm left with is the irony in the story. The curve and all the people who use it confidently fail to understand a psychological effect that deals with confidently misunderstanding things. I presume it can't get any more absurd than that. Yet, even while writing this, I'm fully aware that I myself might have misrepresented the effect or the current knowledge in the field of psychology. Although I've tried to read as much as possible about the topic, I'm certain that I've merely scratched the surface. So, I guess I have to conclude this video roughly at the same point where I started it, that is, a point of not knowing, although my ignorance might now be a bit more elaborate. If you're confident, however, that I made mistakes in my explanations, please feel free to call me out. I promise to respond to every video that's titled The Irony of the Dunning-Kruger Effect.
So with Skirk's release, a lot of people have been coming up to me and asking what free-to-play build to use for Skirk, like weapons, since their choices are pretty limited. And my best response for that is always the Tokabo Shigure weapon. I mean, just look at it. The eyes are moving and it's top tier for her, especially aesthetically. Okay, obvious jokes aside, there are a few weapons that are viable for Skirk, like the Blackcliff longsword from the Starglider shop, or even Finales of the Deep. But the most overlooked weapon that I'll be testing her out personally with is the Calamity of Eshu, which will work perfectly for the free-to-play team I'll be building Skirk around with, to tackle some hard challenges in the game, and they actually worked. Alright, so with Skirk, there are a few weapons that I would like to try, with the first one being the Calamity of the Eshu. This weapon is very good, especially if you have shield characters and if I R5 it. which I probably could since I'm just holding materials right now. I'll be able to get 40% normal and charge attack damage and 60% extra crit rate for it. So let's just refine it real quick. So some other weapons I would like to try out are probably the Blackcliff Longsword, since this weapon is easily accessible. And also the Fontaine Craftable, which I don't have right now, so let me just go craft it real quick. Alright, so I can craft, I believe, 5 of them. So let's just R5 this. Materials are rather easy to obtain. You just need this sword billet and then a few ores, and then you should be able to get them all. So yeah, I'll be raising this weapon and also the Finale of the Deep. I'm actually quite curious to see if I'm able to actually enhance a weapon right now. Well, I just realized I can't enhance the Finale of the Deep because for some reason I don't have the materials and I can't farm it because today is not Tuesday, Friday, or Sunday, so please fix Genshin. But just know this weapon is also good, so I guess for now I'll probably just prioritize using the Blackcliff since it's already level 90, but I'll hopefully be able to enhance the Calamity of Eshu once I get a show character raised as well. As for artifacts, I'm just fast equip and see what Genshin decides to give me. Okay, so this is like a random configuration. I have no idea why I even have an attack percent goblet as well. Okay, I think I only have this set because I'm not going to be playing her with Farina at all since I'm going to be doing a free-to-play team comp. But since we want attack percent goblet, of course, cryo damage. And then Circlet, I think I'm gonna go with crit damage as well. Hopefully I have crit rate and crit damage, substats, or maybe attack percent. And then I don't even know what this is, but I'll just do this. Okay, so this is the set they gave me. I have a goblet that's over here. Circlet, that's pretty good actually. And then flower double crit, feather is single crit. Okay, interesting. But I don't know if I want the sands, but I'll just equip it for now. Yeah, level 1 Skirk right now. This is my current build, which is very minimal, but I'll be raising her, so this will hopefully go up. As for Skirk's team comp, I'll try to play her in like a pure free-to-play team, or like a team that's more accessible. And of course, I'm going to use Cryo and Hydro characters as her supports. Surprisingly enough, Mona is actually a pretty good option, so let's add her to the team. And then I guess I'll just do something like this. Layla, and also with Mika. Alright, let's see how well the artifacts will be able to roll. For Flower, I'm just hoping that I'll be able to get a few crit damage lines, but if I get defense, then I'll probably stop raising it. Okay, crit rate one more time. Alright, this is pretty much garbage. Let's do this one actually. This one does have 4 stats already, so if I can get some crit damage rolls, then that would be nice. Flat attack isn't really the best. Okay, crit damage is good. Let's continue with it. Nope. Flat attack. I get crit damage. Nope. Defense. Yeah. Alright, this piece isn't really the best, but I'll equip it just because it has like ideal stats for her. As for Feather, okay, let's equip this one. I don't know why I got auto-equipped with this one. Might be because of the attack percent or something, but let's hope for something that's like actually salvageable. HP, not really the best. Good rate. Alright, continue. Alright, not really getting lucky with my rolls today, so I'm hoping that this will change. I'm not gonna get excited just yet because I don't want to celebrate too early. Alright. Ooh, I didn't want that. I want to mastery, yeah. Okay, I'll equip this one now. I mean, of course, these artifacts are just temporary. Of course, I'll probably be able to improve upon it when I get a chance. Let's do the circlet as well. Hopefully, I get some crit rate rolls. Attack percent will also be nice as well. Don't give me flat attack, please. Alright. Great. Alright. Do I have anything else I can enhance? Not really, but I'll just enhance this for fun. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a better roll this time. I want to mastery. Stop! I'm not playing Melt Skirk, okay? Alright. This is pretty much doomed. Yeah, HP Skirk, my favorite. I think I'm just gonna keep this. So yeah, this is my current build. Let me check my stats real quick. Could be better. Her goblet is definitely like okay. If I get crit damage, sure, then it might be like perfect. HP, alright. I'll probably find an off piece for this. For the sands, I actually made a sanctifying elixir for it. So let's just switch into this and then enhance it. And hopefully I'll be able to get some crit damage lines. Attack, alright. I'll get guaranteed 2 rolls on it. I didn't know it was guaranteed. Yup. Let's get another. HP. Alright, this will be guaranteed. But if they give me crit rate, then I'll be kind of sad. Yeah, this roll is kind of bad. Not really like what I want. For Goblet, let me just change into like...
I don't believe you require my help. But should you ever wish to borrow my strength, I will fight for you with everything I have. As always.
Oh no. Well, let's go farm them.
Like an off piece real quick. Alright, I did equip a decent set now. And basically, this is my build. It's not really the best. I could definitely improve it a little bit more. But I'll just wait until I'm level 90 to see if I need to change anything. But this is basically me at level 1. The rate is definitely very low right now. Alright, I just test out my damage here. I'm doing like 4,000, 5,000 at level 1, so I can't really complain. Especially with a pretty free-to-play build. And yeah, it kind of works. Yeah, not gonna lie, aesthetically wise, this weapon is definitely not the best. But hey, you know, it works. Alright, I start raising Skirk a little bit. Hopefully I'll be able to get her to level 90. But at level 20 we unlock a new talent. If we actually go find enemies, we'll be able to drop a Void Rift. Alright, let's see if I'm able to do it. So basically, provide some cryo reactions, and then there's a Void Rift here. And after absorbing it, I'll be able to get energy for burst. So yeah, pretty straightforward. You basically get more energy. Because like, if I don't have any Void Rift, I get less energy when I hold my elemental skill. Anyways, let's continue leveling up Skirk, since I believe I have enough materials to get her all the way to level 90. I'm also getting more crit damage as well, so technically I don't really need that much crit damage. I could just build her with a crit rate circlet for her to be able to crit more consistently. And at level 60, we also unlock another talent, Return to Oblivion. This talent will also let us do more damage, especially with a full freeze team. Let's see how much damage I'm able to do. Alright, definitely more damage now. I'm seeing 5 digits. Before that, I only saw like 4k, so yeah. Leveling up Skirk is definitely very important. I still can't get over the fact that Skirk is using like a red weapon. Especially combined with her normal attack animation, it looks so trippy. Alright, let's just do like a full-on burst against the boss and see how much damage we'll be able to do. So damage-wise, I'm doing like around 29k already. Wow. I'm pretty sure that's my Skirk's damage instead of Layla, so yeah, pretty nice. See my burst damage. Not bad. Damage could definitely still be higher since I don't have any talents raised. I'm liking what I see right now so far. Let's finish the boss off with a burst. Almost. Alright. That's fine. But yeah, Blackcliff is definitely a decent weapon, but with this team, especially with Layla, I'm actually curious to see how much damage I'll be able to do if I swap to the Calamity of Eshu. I was doing like upwards of 29k damage, but with this weapon, potentially I might be able to do even more damage. Alright, I got a Calamity of the Eshu to level 90 now. We get 27% attack as well from this, so that's pretty good. And without changing my build at all, my current stat, a little bit lower crit damage because I replaced the weapon, but I want to see how much damage I'll be able to do with the same exact build besides a weapon. Alright. Let's see my damage again. It's literally the same exact boss as well. 30k. So yeah, definitely a little bit more damage compared to earlier. Alright, try this again. Got my full burst up. 27k. My shield is still up, right? Yep. Alright. Just disappear at the very last second, but I think that's fine. Layla as a character is pretty nice because you'll be able to have full uptime on her shield, but you didn't lose it. Alright, let's finish the boss off with a burst because it looks cooler that way. So the Calamity of Escher definitely does more damage. And also aesthetically looks a bit better as well than Blackcliff. But yeah, let's just continue raising Skirk as well. Let's see if we can take her all the way to level 90. I also got 200% crit damage back because of the Ascension. Alright, so now I'm finally at level 90 with 215% crit damage as well. I think this is a pretty good overall build, but in order to increase more crit rate, I think I'm going to switch to a crit rate circling instead. So let's just do that. I believe I do have a few artifacts that's actually good, so let's just roll this and see what I'll get. HP percent on my 4th stat, not ideal, but if I can keep getting crit damage and attack percent substats, that'll be nice. Defense, alright. My rolls are bare minimum, I feel like. So yeah, let's see. I guess we'll enhance this one as well and see if we'll get anything good. If I don't get crit damage, 21%, I won't replace it. One more roll. Okay, 21% crit damage. I called it. So this will be, I guess, more or less maybe an upgrade. Although the attack percent does seem better though. So yeah, 61% crit rate and 174 crit damage. I think that's okay for now. Alright, let's raise her talent now. I believe she only needs her skill and burst raised. I don't think normal attack is really that impactful unless you play physical Skirk, but who does that? Okay, so I can level up her skill to level 10. But this is essentially 1, 9, and 9. She just has a passive for her skill as well to get +1 talent. But I think this is the furthest I could take her as well. So yeah, I think this build might be like the final build for now. Of course, you could definitely be improved a little bit more. As for her teammates, my Mona is still at level 70. And she is using Dueling Tales. I just want to buff Skirk with her, basically. He's also a character I want to build as well, which is Dahlia. Right now, he's only at level 1. But hopefully I have enough more to raise him. I only have 8 million left. Okay. I do have the materials, so he could be like a shoulder for Skirk, potentially as well. Alright, so with Skirk build now, be like a shoulder for Skirk, potentially as well. Alright, so with Skirk build now, let's just go fight some bosses and see how much she can perform. I also do have Dahlia as well built, so we'll be able to test out like the double attack speed buffers and see how that will impact Skirk's damage. I don't know why, but this boss has always been one of my favorite bosses to target. I have double shield characters as well. Hopefully my shield will be strong enough for Skirk to withstand the attacks. As for damage, I'm doing 70k already with her burst. Wow.
Okay,
and then her normal attack is doing around...
Okay,
I ran out of shield. But yeah, pretty impressive. At least my burst, this uptime is like 100% as well, I believe. I think the boss right now has cryo resistance, so I'm doing a little bit less damage than usual, which is fine. I'll just get my burst back again. Okay, I don't think this boss is doable without any old characters. Mika, hello? Did I shot it? No, I didn't. The boss still has cryo resistance, I believe. Okay, so this fight actually might be a bit risky because the boss does a lot of damage. All right. Let's get my skill up. Wow, I immediately lost Layla's shields. Okay, but damage-wise, I'm still doing like a pretty nice chunk, especially when I'm shielded. So this weapon does give me a bunch of attack. And as long as I dodge enemies properly, I think I'm fine. Shield-wise. Okay, this time I'm going to try out my burst damage. So, bursting with Skirk. But that's a good amount, actually. The most annoying part about this boss, though, is definitely the shield. Because once it's shielded up, I can't really do anything to it. Okay, I'm ready for another burst. Hopefully I do damage. Oh, I didn't crit, but I'm pretty sure I was doing 50k burst, so that's pretty nice. My normal attack right now is doing like around 40k as well. Yeah, Skirk can basically just zoom her way. Like her attack speed feels very fast with Dahlia and Mika together. All right, hopefully this burst will finish off the boss. Barely. There we go. At least I got some mechanical gear back for leveling up Skirk's talents. Alright, let's do some Imaginum Theater. Right now there are cryo characters for the elemental type requirements, so I guess I'll just bring Skirk here along with us. And hopefully her damage is good enough. So for Act 9, I pretty much have to be forced to use this team comp, which is Skirk's best trio, that being with Escafia and Varessa. But we'll probably be able to get through this really fast. Even though I don't have a showcaser in this team, I'm pretty sure her damage is still gonna be like insane. So my burst is doing 100k already with that one hit alone. And then my normal attack is doing 50k. Imagine if I have a shield character right now. Wow. My jaw is literally still hanging in the air for how much damage Skirk is doing right now. But yeah, Escafia and Frina definitely are like one of the best characters to have with Skirk. And then for Act 10, pretty much the same thing, rinse and repeat. Instead this time I'm bringing Senha. Hopefully this isn't really an overkill. But I have a feeling it might be. So burst. I'm doing like 20k with the cryo pretty much resisting my attack still. So yeah. And also just consistently 50k damage as well. I think my crit rate could definitely be higher though, since I'm obviously missing some crit rates. But that was a pretty easy Imaginum Theater, I would say. I can pretty much predict that my most damage dealt was probably with Skirk's burst. Yeah. Wait, she did 287k. I believe that's with one hit, so I didn't see that number. But yeah, that's the kind of damage you'll see with her premium team. I guess I got 10 star here. Let's also claim the rewards as well. So I got pretty much 800 Primo Gems, which is nice. And also the Stellar Rewards. I'm also going to claim them. The Treasurism might expire, but oh well. I'm actually kind of curious though. With the Sanctifying Elixir that I just collected, is it worth it to actually craft a flower potentially? Because right now my flower is pretty bad. But if I just craft a crit damage flower, I'm not sure if this will be worth it. I think overall Sands might be better, because it's more rare, or even goblet. But I'm kind of just tempted to craft a flower instead, and just see what I can roll. Alright, please, let it be a 4 stat with 7.8% crit damage. Okay, 3 stat. And there's also defense, which is kind of scary. But this will guarantee 2 rolls for sure. I want to mastery isn't really the best last stat I want to see, but hopefully I get some good rolls. Okay, was that guaranteed? Yeah, it was guaranteed. Okay, 2 guarantees now. 2 crit rate. Alright, let the last few lines be crit damage. Uh-oh. Nice. Sanctifying Elixir well spent. I mean, compared to the one I have right now, actually, there's more crit rate. Not sure if this will be better or not. Probably not, since there's also some flat attack lines. But yeah, that kind of stings for sure. So my personal build isn't really gonna change. Let's just go try out Abyss. Floor 11 is a cryo damage bonus for the first half. So I guess we just aim for Skirk in the first half then, pretty much. As for teams, let's just try to have some fun. But I'm gonna use a Mona team and just see how big of a burst damage she'll be able to do. So Mona, Layla potentially, and Mika. Ultimately though, floor 11 tend to be on the easier side, so I don't really think there's much to worry about here at all. Let's just use the fungi to test out my damage. So I start off with a burst, and I pretty much just erase the monsters here without any hesitations at all. Alright, so one rotation, she pretty much just got 6 enemies done. And then I guess we can burst maybe. Let's get my shield up and then burst. Pretty nice. I'm shielded right now. Let's just do the burst. I'm doing like very consistent 100k attacks. Let's just do the half burst. Only doing like 30k, which is fine. My normal attack is still doing pretty high damage. Alright, let's see if I can finish up enemies here with her burst. Okay. I think definitely her weakness is if enemies are mobile and move around a lot, she'll have trouble like catching up to the enemies. So I guess if we freeze it and then do this, yeah, way better. Wow, we already had a third chamber. That was actually pretty quick. I'm still trying to get used to Skirk's rotations as well. But yeah, I just see normal attack. I'm doing 60k. Not bad. As for how fast Skirk destroys shields, I think it's okay. Could definitely be better though. This definitely makes me a bit worried about floor 12. Because in floor 12 there is a seahorse enemy, I believe, which might actually just take all my time. But hopefully Skirk will be able to destroy all the shields. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish off with this floor first. Alright, we got 3 stars. Pretty easy here. So for floor 12, we're gonna be putting Skirk on the second half. But what I'm worried about the most is definitely the seahorse boss. I'm also gonna bring another shoulder, which is Dahlia, for the second half. Hopefully this team is good enough. Alright. Time for Skirk's first floor 12 experience. This floor 12 is pretty similar to the last one, with a bunch of ruined sentinel enemies and I believe a boss after us. So this will basically test out how fast Skirk's ability is against bosses. Hopefully with my double attack speed team comp, I'll be able to do some ridiculous attack speed.
I'll only demonstrate this.
I'm kind of digging it though. 40k slashes, and I'm also getting my crits pretty consistently. Not sure if it was because of episode blessings or maybe my team is just pretty well built. But yeah, so far I'm definitely surprised at my damage. This team comp, I would say, is a pretty free-to-play friendly as well, since it's mostly just 4 stars besides Skirk. Hopefully my shield doesn't get destroyed here, so I can keep up with my normal attack bonus. Ooh, 50k, nice. Time-wise, I'm looking pretty good still, so no need to worry about anything.
Well, that's nice.
First chamber was pretty easy. This is probably the hardest chamber for this abyss, so hopefully Skirk will be able to do enough damage to clear this. I can freeze the boss here, which is nice. My burst, I think I missed most of it. Okay. I might regret not using normal attack instead, but good to know. Now I just gotta destroy the best Lectus' shields. This might be a bit difficult with Dahlia because he is a Hydro character, but I'm just hoping my Skirk's normal attack application is good enough for Cryo to destroy the shields here. And then we'll hopefully have time for the Seahorse as well after this. Alright. I actually managed to get the best Lectors pretty fast. Still have like 1 minute and 40 seconds against the Seahorse. But the most important part definitely is just being able to destroy the shield. But if the boss runs away, then I might run into some issues with time. Alright, Skirk, come on, please. Oh, shield destroyed. Just gonna juice as much damage as possible right now. Alright, I ran out of my infusion. But that's to be expected. Boss also... The Seahorse also stands up pretty quickly as well, which is not really a good sign. Still got 1 minute left though. Alright, it's looking okay. I have 1 minute still. So even if a boss puts up the shield back, I think I'll still be fine. Alright, burst. Okay, it didn't really crunch through the shield as expected, but it's fine.
That's unfortunate.
Still have enough time. And got my 3 stars as well here. Alright, we're at the last chamber now. This boss is pretty much designed just for Skirk, so I shouldn't have any issues against it at all. My shield should be also good enough to protect me. And my damage is looking pretty decent. 35k to 80k maximum. I still have no idea how this boss works, to be honest. Only thing I know about it is you just bring cryo characters and then you unga bunga it. Which is exactly what I'm doing right now, and I'm actually having moderate success. Less than a minute, I'm already doing like 50% of the boss's HP. And I got rid of the shield, I believe. Something happened. But yeah. Overall though, my damage is pretty good as well. I'm satisfied. Okay, there's somebody on the ground, so I gotta dodge, I guess. But yeah, other than that, this is looking like an easy abyss for Skirk. Alright, 50k normal attacks, 80k. Pretty simple. 3 stars as well. Yeah, that's all 9 stars for all the floors, and I got 800 primos as well. Well, I guess we can celebrate the end of Abyss with a temple. I do want to pull for a weapon, but I kind of want more Dahlia Con, so let's go for a temple. Hopefully we get Skirk or maybe even Dahlia. I'll be satisfied. Alright, 4 star. Come on. I want some Dahlia Cons. Oh, nice.
Well,
first 4 star. And a sacrificial fragment. Okay. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to go check out this video where I spent 30 days straight farming for Skirk on a brand new account by clicking on the video here.
It may be April Fool's Day, but this is a very real challenge. On my first Arlecchino only video, I got some comments saying the challenge wasn't much of a challenge at all, so I decided to try and see what the least challenging challenge could be. Additionally, I get a lot of requests for challenges using only the Archons. Like, a lot. I did get Raiden, and Farina, obviously, on solo accounts, but I decided I wanted to do something a little different while still utilizing the Archons. So today we're beginning a long-term challenge series completing Genshin Impact exclusively using the Archons. All of my other challenges on this channel have been completely free to play. This one, not so much. On a totally unrelated note, today's video is sponsored by Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. If you missed out on last month's boxes, you definitely don't want to miss this month. Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. bring Japan right to your door, meaning you can enjoy delicious snacks and learn about Japanese culture, all from the comfort of your home. In Japan, nighttime events are often held that will illuminate the cherry blossom trees with lanterns or lights, giving an entirely new experience, even if you saw the exact same trees during daylight. Just like the traditions of night sakura, known as Yozakura, the Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. boxes this month share the incredible flavors found during cherry blossom season in a completely different way from previous boxes. With Tokyo Treat, each month brings a new box filled to the brim with delicious Japanese snacks. Tokyo Treat boxes include a variety of specialty flavored Japanese chips, occasional sodas, and exclusive seasonal themed treats, with some only. I began this account back in October by pulling during Raiden's banner, and after getting her, I put the account in purgatory until Nahida's banner. I was hoping I'd get lucky twice, but after 70 wishes, I lost the 50-50. This became a pattern. Go ahead, place your bets now on how many 50-50s I'll lose by the end of this. Though, if you watched my teasers, you already know how this is going. I gave my wallet a few days to recover, and eventually, after another 60 or so wishes, I don't know, I stopped counting, we finally got our guaranteed Nahida. 2 Archons down, 4 more to go. Because I'm hoping this challenge doesn't take me until Saritsa comes out to finish.
Huh?
I don't think I've ever comes out to finish.
Huh?
I don't think I've ever had this happen to me before on any accounts. I've gotten 2 5 stars in a pull, but never 2 limited 5 stars. Well, excluding the Chronicled Wish, but that doesn't count. We officially have a team now. A team of 2, but it's better than solo. So now it's time to start, right? No. I put the account back in purgatory until Zhongli. I knew I probably needed him to skip Amber's domain, especially since his rerun was before Moika's release, who I would need if I wanted to complete that domain as intended. So after waiting another month, it's time for Zhongli's banner. I only had 21 pulls left after Nahida, and another 50-50, so to try and increase my odds, it was time to farm a bit. And by a bit, I mean I looked at a map and found every animalculi in this small map area to level up the Statue of the Seven, and as many chests as I could find. I think this is where I started thinking about the idea of a completionist account, but maybe it was just to try to make me feel better. So while we explore early game in hopes of getting enough wishes to not throw money to the wind, or, well, rocks, I guess. Let's discuss what this challenge will actually be. It took me a while to decide how to use this account, so I was kind of just aimlessly throwing money at the account while soothing myself with the excuse that it's a business expense. At first, I considered making the goal to 36-star the Abyss. With only 6 currently released Archons, I need to have teams of at most 3, and considering I've never even 36-starred the Abyss with my main account, I thought this would be a sufficient challenge. But then I saw videos of people 36-starring the Abyss with solo Archons, so I needed something better. Besides, only running domains to build the characters would be kind of boring. I needed to return to the drawing board. By the time Varessa's banner arrived, though, I knew what I wanted to do. This account will be exclusively Archons, obviously, but it will also be a completionist account. The goals will be as follows: completing every quest, including world quests and story quests, and all endings in the Hangout events, 36-starring the Abyss, 100% in all regions, including maxing the statues, trees, or whatever they have, and probably the hardest challenge of all achievements. Additionally, all of the Archons will need to be triple crowned because
I am Skirk, disciple of Sirtologi, the Foul. You've proven your strength to me along your journey, and earned the right to speak to me as an equal. Now, let me witness how your fate unfolds. The Abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? All things come to an end, even time itself. Is that it? Not bad. It's okay. Ugh, waste of ingredients. Next time, I'm cooking. Food goes down easier when it tastes good. But even when it doesn't, it's still edible. Just don't let anything go to waste. Back when I was training with Master, I'd frequently end up covered in cuts and bruises from head to toe. There was this particular kind of bug. I don't remember what it was called, but he always used to catch some and grill them for me after a session. Said it'd help with my recovery. They were plump little things. You knew they were done on the grill because they'd glow a beautiful golden color. Crispy shell on the outside with savory flesh in the middle. It's been so long that I don't really remember how they tasted. But I do remember I used to love them as a kid. Nice. I like the rain. However fearsome the lightning may be, its wrath is limited to the realm beneath the clouds. The high heavens above remain clear.
why not? I do the Imaginum Theater too, but I don't think I can complete it with only 6 characters. I think that's everything. Obviously, I have to do everything with only the Archons, but for situations like in some story quests where it requires you to use only the story quest character, that's fine. Defeating every monster at least once will also be part of the challenge, but I'm not going to remember to keep track of that while I'm playing, so I might as well just make a single video with it. We failed pretty miserably at collecting more wishes, so after throwing more money at Hoyoverse, we finally have Zhongli. And Mona, but this isn't about her. time to start the art conquest. If you watch my other videos, you have seen the art conquests ad nauseum by this point, so these videos will primarily focus on exploration and events. Of course, I'll show any fights we have to do in the art conquests, but otherwise it'll be very much a TLDR version of them. These videos will also be a lot less edited than my usual challenge videos, and will tend to be a lot of yapping. If you like to put my videos in the background, you're in luck with this series. Before we begin, let's go over the current builds for our trio. We've got Black Tassel on Zhongli, which is ironically one of his best in slot, Black Tassel on Raiden, which is not a best weapon, but unfortunately I have nothing better, and Thrilling Tales on Nahida. Honestly, I don't even know how to build Nahida or how she works at all, so she's kind of the odd one out right now. As you can see, here is me trying to read her talents to see if I could understand it, but it didn't help any. I've built up Raiden and Zhongli pretty well on my main account, but Nahida always just kind of sat on the bench because I didn't understand her kit. Hopefully we'll improve as time goes on. I also ended up swapping to Emerald Orb for Nahida to see if it would work any better, since I do know that she likes Elemental Mastery. As for artifacts, I just did quick configuration for them. Artifacts don't exactly do much this early on. Finally, after all of that, it's time to begin. We started, of course, in Amber's domain, and since Moeka wouldn't be out for another month, and I wanted to at least make some progress, it was time to utilize Zhongli's skill. Alright, well, that's not really what I meant, but I guess that works too. So now it's officially time to see how successful I can be with properly skipping this domain. Okay, well, that worked better than Wait. What? Why is that up here? Who was supposed to find this? There was a brief consideration to make a counter for how many times I accidentally hold Zhongli's skill out of habit when I meant to just tap it in this challenge, but it happens way more than I'd care to admit, and then I fell off. While I could have just restarted the domain, I decided to try and climb back up, which was successful, even though it took a few tries, and I immediately fell again. After several failed attempts, we finally got everything correct, I got the chest, and I successfully skipped Amber's domain. Honestly, a huge percentage of this challenge consisted of me trying to figure out which character to use for my main explorer. I don't really have a favorite Archon at the moment, so a lot of this came down to abilities. While Zhongli, being the tallest, runs the fastest, you have to listen to
Osmanthus wine
at 10-second intervals, which was enough to keep him out of consideration. Nahida, on the other hand, is the only one with an exploration bonus by utilizing her skill to collect, but at the expense of being a child model and being the slowest runner. As for Raiden, while she's very pretty to look at, she gives absolutely nothing when it comes to exploration advantage. So who did I end up choosing? Well, we'll get back to that later. We arrive at Kaya's domain, and there isn't a need for doing this domain in a convoluted way, so we can just run it as intended. The same goes for Lisa's domain. The only requirement is an Electro character, which we have, so we can run it normally. Continuing a yap from my Farina video, my new upstairs neighbors have officially moved in. So, how is it? Awful. You might be thinking, but Ren, it's only been a week. How do you know it's bad already? Honestly, I knew within the first 24 hours. They seem nice enough in the 2 times I've interacted with them when they happened to walk by while I opened my door for a package or DoorDash, but I was apparently very wrong in the thought of, oh, I can just record my voiceovers at night. It's been pointed out a couple of times, but most people tend to look past the fact that I have 2 sets of ears. What this really means is I have highly sensitive hearing. It doesn't necessarily mean my brain processes everything I hear, but that's a story for another time. The reason I bring this up is because the first night that they were fully moved in, which was the same day Farina went up actually, was not the greatest first impression. While I was laying in bed trying to sleep, as one does at 1 in the morning, instead of the ASMR I was trying to listen to, I heard and felt the children running around from room to room at 1 a.m. If my bedtime, or at least my TikTok bed rot time, is midnight, primary school age children definitely should be asleep by that point. Eventually, probably past 2 a.m., they fell asleep, so I too was able to sleep. That is, until I was woken up at 8 a.m. by the children running around again. Now, I am very tolerable of most things, especially when it comes to people living in their own space. However, I am also someone who very much needs a lot of sleep. The average fox sleeps around 10 hours a day, and I am no exception. Any less, and I am not only cranky, but practically non-functional. So, after trying to work, being too tired to get anything done, and returning to my bed to rot while playing merge games on my iPad like a baby watching Cocomelon, I started to doze off for a nap, and woke up to the fire alarms going off above me. I guess my new plan will need to be recording voiceovers during school hours, which also means getting up way earlier than I want to, but they've woken me up at 8 a.m. more than a few times this week, so I guess that's just the life I must live now. With Act 1 complete, it's time to begin some grinding for AR10. No matter how many times I do this challenge, knowing full well they add Lisa and Kaya to your team after the domain, I always forget to check and remove them. How long did it take this time?
Wait a minute! Who are you?
They're may have been 2 Electro Archons at one point, but there isn't 2 anymore, so goodbye Lisa, enjoy your time in the box. With everything right in the world, it's time to take on the Eye of the Storm so we can unlock the Statue of the Seven. There's something so entertaining about using the elemental burst of 2 Archons just to defeat a level 9 Eye of the Storm. We return to the city, and I realize I never ran anybody's trial. Fantastic start. I decide I'll worry about that later, plus at least this time we can use the trial Venti during the Devalin fight if necessary, and go talk to Catherine to get the Adventurer's Handbook. I know I said I would make this series more about the events and exploration, but there's really not much I can do with either of those until after Mondstadt. Most events don't even unlock until AR20 or AR25. After we get Venti, I'll start working on getting 100% in Mondstadt, since there's obviously a whole lot of animal monuments, and I need him to scroll Cryo so I can do Kaya's quest. Most of this challenge is kind of on the fly, despite how many months I had to figure it out, but I like to think that's the point. It's supposed to be fun and just doing things I haven't even done on my main account, like the story quests. To occupy time farming to hit AR10, and while I have you all here, I am looking for opinions. I need a fandom name. I feel kind of goofy even asking that, but after thinking a lot and not being able to come up with something, I realized it would be much more meaningful if you guys create a name. I'll be introducing mascots soon, so it'd be really cute to introduce the mascots and the fandom name together. Additionally, in regards to this challenge, I might update it once a month, it might be more frequently, I'm not sure yet. I mostly want to make this a sort of video series I can upload when I'm not feeling well enough to make a full edited challenge video, and once Venti's out, it's something I can pre-record a lot and have videos ready for more frequent uploads. Does that make sense? I feel like for now, while I wait for Venti's banner, it'll be a little slow, but once Venti's out, I'll just be grinding and pre-recording a lot. After some more exploration, with Raiden, because I'd prefer not doing exploration with a child model when given the choice, we reach AR10. Before returning to Mondstadt, I updated everyone's build, still using quick configuration, and decided to use the free 10 pull to see if we get a decent weapon for anyone. Survey says, no. Of course not. We do, however, get Chevros, who, much like Lisa, stays in our team until I notice. Truly looking forward to a 4-member team so I can stop worrying about that. Starting Act 2, we chase after Venti to try and get him to join our team. After running around the city, defeating an Eye of the Storm, and attempting to steal the Holy Lyre, he still refuses to join the team. So I guess we'll have to wait until his banner runs. Unfortunate. While we wait for nightfall, we go sit and chat with Stanley and his cat companion, who probably shouldn't be drinking. But what do I know? Also, I love when Nahida sits in the chair, she swings her feet around. It's so cute. Around this point, I was considering making this challenge focus on a different Archon during every nation, which in hindsight didn't really make sense. And since I figured Venti wouldn't be around for a while, I opted to start with Nahida. Why Nahida? Honestly, just because, like I said earlier, I really don't know much about how to use her, so I was hoping this could help me with learning more about Dendro reactions. Plus, so long as I use Raiden's skill, Nahida does really good damage. Not to mention her attack is so cute. Nahida may be this genius spot of wisdom, but all I see is someone I want to give head pats to. Anyways, back to the challenge, we head to the Fatui hideout. Since speed is of the essence here, it's back to Raiden for now. After obtaining the key, we head up to fight the Fatui agent. Of course, we have to use all the bursts, which results in Zhongli's burst doing 380 damage, and Raiden's burst doing a whopping 581 damage. Nice. The battle of 3 Archons versus 1 Fatui agent goes pretty much how you would expect, and with the Holy Lyre, we return to Venti to try to bribe him to join our team. Still no. Okay, I guess we'll return to plan A of just throwing Primo Gems at him and hoping for the best. I think something that I find personally entertaining to watch in this is the fact you can see how I'm so used to solo challenges that I'm genuinely struggling switching around characters. I kept switching and realizing, wait no, I need Raiden first. Wait no, I was gonna run with Nahida. Wait no, I was honestly struggling to readjust. For some reason, I don't experience that struggle with my main account, but it probably has more to do with me just being so used to my current main team that it almost feels like second nature, which is sad in its own right. Maybe I need to go outside more. After collecting the first tier, I ended up logging out, leaving the rest of Mondstadt for after I got Moeka. A few days later, her banner arrived. We had a little under 50 wishes and no pity, but we did have Delusion, and that has worked for me in the past. Alright, well, we got a Pyro character, just not the Pyro Archon. Though, you could argue it, I suppose. Next 10 pull? Bennett. You are not the Pyro character we're looking for. Please stop haunting me in every one of these challenges. Third 10 pull. Well, we can totally use this weapon for Moeka, right? So that must mean she'll be in the next 10 pull. What Ren didn't know is it's actually a terrible weapon for her because she doesn't need energy recharge, and this was an incredibly bad omen. Okay, well, it's not Bennett, so I guess that's a plus. But unless the Saritsa got released and I didn't know, a Cryo character will not be on this account anytime soon. We're 200 primos short of a 10 pull, and not wanting to waste your time or mine, I just did did some single pulls, which got us a sword and a kachina. However, we're a few hours from shop reset and 5 more wishes, so let's just wait until then before throwing more money out. It's officially 2025, and any spending on this account officially goes towards my business expenses for my taxes next year, which is good because we'll need all the help we can get. Our free shop wishes don't even get us a 4-star, so it's again time to break out the credit card. I opt to start small since we're pretty decently towards pity now. Unfortunately, our 10 pull still gave us the wrong Pyro Claymore and a child cryo character again. I don't know if I like what this is implying. We're at exactly 65 pity and have like 4 wishes, so there's a chance, right? No, of course not. But I'm not going to buy a full 10 pull, just the 980 crystal pack. It'll be fine. $15 more and I'll have Moeka and plenty of time to farm for Farina's banner. First wish? Nothing. Second wish? Nothing. But you know what they say, 3rd time's a charm, right? Wrong, nobody says that anymore. What they really mean is 4th time is totally unlucky. After all, 4 is an unlucky number in some cultures. Do you know what is a lucky number? 5. Not in this culture though, I guess. I don't have anything else to say for these, so let's just see where we go. I've got 3 more wishes, we're at 76 pity, so she's gotta come home, right? This challenge has me questioning my sanity. I ended up finding some codes online for primos and got enough for 1 more pull. This will be 77 pity, and 7 is definitely a lucky number. Look at that, finally a gold. 77 wishes, and it's all worth it for it. You know, if I had a nickel for every time Chi-Chi has kept me from a Pyro 5-star, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but why is it always Chi-Chi? I don't want to talk about it. If you feel bad for me, first of all, you shouldn't, because this is the consequences of my own actions, but you can always buy a Tokyo Treat or Sakura Echo box, become a channel member, turn off your ad block, or even just comment to tell the algorithm you enjoy watching me suffer for content. All of that does help the channel, or at the very least, it makes me feel better. I am going to have C6 Bennett before I have 1 Moeka. After all that failure, I decided to log out for a week, because 2 different weeks of spending feels a little bit better than spending it all at once for some reason. A new week upon us, and $50 more spent, I'm now determined to get Moeka. It's not a want, it is a need. 2 failed 10 pulls, I decide to check my pity. I am just under 50. We can do this. I decided to run Moeka's test run, also finding out that she is incredibly fun to play and regretting spending all my money here because now I can't spend it on my main account. But as long as I get her here, I can enjoy her to my heart's content. After her trial, Seat Lolly's trial, and claiming some achievements, we have 1 more pull. Okay, I'll be back in a few days. This is it. I feel it in my bones. I'm gonna get Moeka today. And that's totally not because I finally bought the $100 top-up and will be guaranteed to get her with this. I'm telling myself this video will pay for itself. Whether or not that's true, well, I won't think about that. Time for our first 10 pull, and oh my god, we've got to be close to C6 Bennett at this point. Second 10 pull. Oh, there's the lag. Do we have gold? There's gold. We got her. Oh my. The way her splash art takes up the entire screen, that's crazy. And of course, another Bennett. Well, the bad news is I didn't need to buy the $100 top-up, but the good news is we probably won't need to spend more money for Farina, hopefully. Now that we have Moeka, we officially have a 4-member Archon team. So we, of course, went and finished the Archon quest, right? Absolutely not. I logged out of the account and didn't touch it for nearly 2 months. I needed to cleanse my brain of that absolutely terrible luck. My absence even triggered Stellar Reunion. Back on the account and ready to farm for Farina, so I didn't have to spend any more money. It was time to begin the true challenge, the grind. We're starting at 39 wishes, which is basically nothing when it comes to this account. I also wanted to see how far we can get on Moeka's motorcycle outside of Natlan, and the answer, not very far. Also, I think this was about the point that I started to scrap the idea of 1 Archon pronation. Why? Well, honestly, I don't think I can use Moeka as my main. The back of her outfit is just, well, you get it. So I returned to using Moeka as my main. The back of her outfit is just, well, you get it. So I returned to using Raiden. While we go through the domain for the last tier, I would like to share something positive, something I am very excited for. My favorite series right now, Kaiju number 8, is getting season 2 in July. Not only that, but they listened to the not so positive feedback on one of the characters, Narumi, and fixed his design. Thank God. Everyone online probably has a favorite character. Mine, Soshiro Hoshina from Kaiju number 8, who appearance-wise is basically just Wanderer in a different font. Kaiju number 8 and Spy Family are currently the only manga that I read regularly that are still updating, since My Dress Up Darling ended recently. Ironically, My Dress Up Darling is also going to be airing season 2 during the summer anime season. Truly a win for me personally. With the 3 tiers collected, we complete Act 2 and get a free wish. Not only that, but we finally unlock daily commissions. And if you think I'll remember to log in daily to collect my daily commissions, you're very sadly mistaken. Though I should probably consider it because there are achievements that require certain daily commissions, and I did say I wanted to get every achievement. Well, I can cross that bridge when I get there. We feed the ducks for tin Timmy defeat a bunch of shield enemies, which for the record is much easier when fighting with a pyro character, beat up some pyro enemies, and wrap up our first daily commissions with the cryo slimes. Having reached AR 14 with the completion of our daily commissions, and a mission from the handbook, I decided to start working my way towards Liyue to get Core Lapis for Zhongli's Ascension. At the release of, I think, 5.0, Genshin released a new world quest with this adventurer who you rescue and then accompany towards Liyue. And I mean, how many adventurers can say they were saved by a team of Archons? Pretty cool, right? We accompany the adventurer to Stonegate, but on the way, we find our target, Core Lapis. On our way to Wangshuin, I finally activate these monuments for the first time in any of my challenges, which also makes me realize I've never done a Geo challenge. Hopefully Albedo runs soon. Get another Statue of the Seven unlocked, and this makes me realize if we want to complete every achievement, I'm going to need to use the Traveler to resonate with each nation's statue. You guys are okay with that, right? I mean, it's not a battle, and they would only come out to touch the statue, resonate with the element, and then they go back in the box. So it should be fine. Regardless, we head to Wangshuin, part ways with the adventurer, and do some small world quests on our way to Liyue Harbor. Ironically, this is the stuff I usually cut out of my videos, but I mean, no need to see the Archon quests in much detail, so there's gotta be something, right? Lately, I've been thinking of more ways to interact, and I've been working with an editor for TikTok and Shorts because I very much struggle with converting my content to short form. Additionally, I've mentioned a few times, but I plan to open a Discord. It's currently a work in progress because I want to make sure it's completely done when I make it public. Honestly, I don't participate in all that many Discord servers, so I'm not exactly sure what to include. Is there any bot games people would like? I was considering Mude, but that's a friendship ender, so I don't know. Also, when the Discord is up and running, I plan to release a sort of monthly Ren's Rewind magazine or newsletter sort of thing. A friend and fellow pink flower VTuber Blossom has these newsletters she does with a tutorial on how to do it, and I absolutely love the idea. I think it could be a fun way for me to connect and share things like upload schedules, music and shows I've been enjoying, fan art, and maybe even slice of life comics. It lets me connect with you guys more, and it really wouldn't take an extreme amount of effort on my part. We arrive in Liyue Harbor by some Core Lapis to save some effort, and after some leyline grinding, we hit AR 15, meaning we can finally ascend our Archons. Unfortunately, I didn't run the trial for Raiden or Nahida, so only Zhongli and Moika can be ascended. Oops. Nahida we can farm for whatever when we decide to journey over to Sumeru, but for Raiden, we're stuck at level
An improvement, but it's still not enough for me. An improvement, but it's still not enough for me.
until we at least finish the Rito portion of the Inazuma Archon quest, or a character that also uses her Ascension material runs at any point. Maybe we'll get lucky and Kirara, the only other character who uses the Amakumo fruit, will run on Venti's banner. I also ran out of level up books because I spent too much time farming the Morai ley lines, so I could only get Moika to 40 and Zhongli to 32. We start Amber and Kaya's story quests to prevent them from blocking us at the end of Act 3, though we can't finish Kaya's story quest until we get Venti, who would also make life easier for Amber's quest as well. After some more daily commissions and a lot of grinding that you have already seen in my other challenge series, we reach AR 18. It's time for Act 3, which means finally our pestering of Venti has paid off because he has joined our team. It was temporary, but it was better than nothing. I had no real plan with this fight, and it was obvious in the fact that a team of 5 Archons were unable to take down Dvalin in his first phase. That's a little embarrassing for me and them. We were, however, able to get our act together and take Dvalin down on the second try, which also means Venti departs from our team until his banner. Unfortunate. Amber, what are you doing? Please get down. We've successfully completed the Mondstadt Archon quest, so we've got some waypoints unlocked and plenty of grinding to reach AR 23. However, our goal is not to begin Liyue. Our goal is to farm Primo Gems to be ready for Farina. Luckily, completing the Archon quest got us to AR 20, which unlocks the Battle Pass, but more importantly, the Spiral Abyss. Before starting the Spiral Abyss, we sit at 53 wishes and 5 pity with a 50-50. Not great odds, but with the Spiral Abyss, we can at least complete some floors and see where it gets us. I kind of figured that Moika would be carrying us this time, at least for a while since she's the highest level. But oh man, the term carry puts it lightly. Not to mention, using her motorcycle to just do circles is so much fun. While I'm not the biggest fan of her outfit, her playstyle more than makes up for it and makes me regret not pulling for her on a solo account. That will be for next rerun. I only do floor 1 for now, and we of course get the full 9 stars, gaining us 350 Primo Gems and a completed mission mission in the Adventurer's Handbook. 2-for-1 special. How nice. With 55 wishes, I opt to not even touch this event because I couldn't even finish it on my main account. The closest I got was level 19 on the first one because my Knight was well built, and even that took several attempts and probably getting a bit lucky. We max level up Zhongli and make our way to Sumeru to get materials for Nahida. I did opt to use Moeka for this though because, I mean, come on, how cool is it to travel by motorcycle? I wanted to try and avoid the chasm if at all possible, but unfortunately the out of bounds is incredibly weird in Liyue, so the long way it is. I am glad we gained some exploration advantage with Zhongli. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is Raiden the only Archon without any sort of exploration benefit? I mean, Venti can make wind currents, Zhongli can make his stone pillars, Nahida can collect materials at a distance, Furina can walk on water, and Moeka has her motorcycle. Well, Raiden's pretty to look at, so she makes up for it. After our journey through the chasm, we arrive in Sumeru, collect Nahida's level up materials, and ascend her. At least we've got 3 out of 4 ascended. I don't think I've ever made this point, but I'll probably try for their signature weapons once I have all of the Archons. And I'm hoping to keep this account free to play going forward since it's a lot easier to farm for wishes for 2 characters versus 6. However, that entirely depends on how our Furina pulls go. After some exploration around Sumeru for Nahida, wrap up the day just short of 56 wishes and a little over 24 hours until Furina's banner. Am I getting nervous? Absolutely. Alright folks, today is the day that we get Furina. I decided after the horrendous luck we've suffered, I have to take proactive actions to improve our chances. So we head to Fontaine and make haste for Furina's favorite location, the Opera House. I spent a humbling amount of time attempting to climb up to her chair, and without Venti, well, we failed pretty miserably. I decided the second best—
You've earned yourself a reward.
Yeah.
This place would be facing her chair on the stage. We have 56 wishes, 5 pity, a 50-50, and a dream. Let's do this. I'll be honest, I had already resigned to my fate a bit here, and I was kind of planning to end this video once I lose my 50-50, so my next episode can be grinding to try and get Furina. I so badly wish I had my mic on at this moment so you guys could have heard the gasp that I let out. On my main account and on all of my solo accounts, I have never been able to get a Capturing Radiance. I still somewhat believed it was an elaborate prank. After this happened, I found out that Genshin changed the rates, making it that if you lose 3 50-50s in a row, your next 50-50 loss is guaranteed to trigger Capturing Radiance. So I don't know what stings more, the fact this would have been my 4th 50-50 loss in a row, or the fact that I got a consolation prize. Regardless, I still ended up with Furina, so that's what matters. For funsies, I tried pulling for her weapon, but of course that was a waste of a 10 pull, and I reminded myself we still have 1 Archon to pull for. But now, we have Best Girl. This was actually filmed prior to my filming of her solo run, and that solo run made me into an absolute Furina fan. I never really had a favorite Archon prior, but it's Furina now. I debated continuing this video a little bit longer, but I think for an intro first episode, we can leave it a little short. Well, short for my standards. Future videos will range between being long and short, depending on the goal for that video. As for how much I spent in all of this, well, I don't want to talk about it. Those who stay to the end get rewarded. So here's my video schedule for the rest of April into May. I hope you all like. Oh look, My 100th achievement, the Wrath of the Gods. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode. Today we have 3 goals: getting Venti, getting the teapot, and then getting to Inazuma. Despite being the first Archon we meet, and the first Archon to be playable, Venti is the last one we need on this account to have all 6 currently available Archons. His banner is the second half of 5.5, so we have this time to prepare for him. If at all possible, I'd prefer to not put more money into this account, because it has already been way more than I would have liked to spend. So I'm going to see how many wishes I can get before his banner. Obviously, you're watching this video after his banner is live, so this video will include the polls, for better or worse. Before we get into the Mondstadt grind, we have to travel back in time to 5.4 with the commercial event. I think this event is honestly adorable, and it was very entertaining to do as someone who edits videos. I did the first run on my main account prior to recording this, but I waited until all parts were unlocked to film it on this account. What's that? I didn't see this on my main account. Well, let's complete it real quick. Alright, and we put that there, and this goes here, and done. Alright, now let's see what it's about. Today's video is sponsored by Tokyo Treat and Sakura. So, I have good news, and I have bad news. The good news is I definitely think it's possible to complete Genshin Impact while only using the Archons. The bad news is that it will absolutely only be possible with the Saritsa. So, what are the few problems that we might have? The first is the Imaginarium Theater, which I think I mispronounced the entire time in the last video. While I was fine with ignoring it, I was reminded it does have achievements attached to it. My workaround idea for this is in a select few circumstances, I could probably complete it. The circumstances without the Saritsa would include the elements not having cryo, and that an Archon is among the special guest stars. I can just build up enough characters to satisfy the minimum count, and then only use Archons during the battles, and hope I get lucky with those cards. Is that what they're called? Cards? Card level is 8 battles, so if I have 4 Archons, 3 matching elements, and 1 support cast, I can use each Archon twice. Is that kind of insane? Absolutely. But it is possible, so that's what counts. As for Visionary mode, insane, absolutely elements, and 1 cards? Hard level is 8 battles, so if I have 4 Archons, 3 matching elements, and 1 support cast, I can use each Archon twice. Is that kind of insane? Absolutely. But it is possible, so that's what counts. As for Visionary mode, well, there's a card that lets you refresh a character, so I would just need to keep rewinding until I got it, essentially. Regardless, I've got quite a bit before that, so we can cross that bridge when we get there. The second problem is the teapot, in particular, A Realm Beyond Series 3. To complete the achievements for this, it requires at least 7,000 real-world hours, or 291 days. Unfortunately, I can't even get the teapot until I get Venti, since I need him to finish Liyue Act 3. Trust me, I tried with Zhongli and Moika. By the time I can complete the achievement, there is a good chance the Saritsa will be playable, which is good, because the most glaring problem I realized that even the comments didn't notice is Dragon Spine. In order to complete Dragon Spine and the relevant achievements, you need to break the 3 crystals. The first 2 are fine, but the third one, well, it requires cryo. Unfortunately, and I looked, there are no cryo enemies nearby that could swirl with Venti to activate the monuments. So what does this all mean? Well, for one thing, it will certainly be a long-term challenge. That said, there is so much to do in this game to truly complete it, like catching 2,000 fish, or all the TCG achievements, or the R&R quest, and new achievements get added with nearly every patch. I'd also like to completely fill the materials archive, so I have to collect at least 1 of everything. Honestly, if I can finish this challenge before the Genshin Impact servers permanently close, well, I'd be satisfied. Okay, I know I said I was going to show farming and events, and I will, but the recent events haven't really been something worth filming. The long event in Natlan was a mini maze game, and the fighting section all but required using the trial characters, which weren't Archons, and then the unlimited battle event, well, I tried. So instead, we're going to pull for Venti, and depending on how it goes, start and finish the Liyue Archon quest so I can get the teapot, fishing, and most importantly, get the Inazuma so I can level up poor Raiden. Sorry to a certain content creator who watches any and all Raiden content, there won't be much Raiden in this video. We have 77 wishes and a 50-50, and I'm desperate. So I wrote a community post asking for some of you guys to share your wishing rituals. Up first is sitting on the Barbados statue head, not his hands. I don't know how, but I accidentally managed to trigger Farina's burst, so then I figured, okay, I'll just do everyone's bursts. Why not? Yeah, that didn't help. Second ritual, stand under the tree in Windrise and feed an apple to everyone in your team. There was also a few that suggested feeding 100 apples, but I only have 10, so I guess I gotta make it count. I also decided to go stand around where we find him in Act 2 and hope that helped. You know, I wouldn't mind a 4-star weapon if it was a claymore that could be more useful to Moika than the sacrificial greatsword. Unfortunately, we get another catalyst. Okay, the next ritual is to make an offering to the statue of the Seven in Mondstadt. I don't think I have any animoculi to offer. That's awkward.
A few moments later.
Update, I got a compass. I went far away from the city so it wouldn't trigger the one I can't reach without an animal character, and now we hope this is one I can reach. Wait, am I here? Okay, I swear I got this one already. I even marked it on my interactive map. I guess that's why the count was off. Oops. Regardless, we have our animoculi to offer, so back to Windrise we go. Honestly, I forgot how anticlimactic it is to offer when it doesn't increase the level. Well, anyways, time to wish. Okay, so far, 30 wishes in, and we've gotten Yanfei, a sacrificial fragments, and a Beidou. I am still holding out hope that we don't need to spend all the wishes, but we shall see. Next ritual, talk to Charles at the tavern and wish. Easy enough. Oh my god, I never started the Dark Knight hero. Alright, well after all that dialogue, I apparently have someone who's involved in other quests preventing me from officially starting the Dark Knight hero, so that kind of felt like a waste. Well, let's wish regardless. Well, we got a drinker, just not the one we were looking for. Next, go to the top of Stormterra's lair. They didn't specify we got a drinker, just not the one we were looking for. Next, go to the top of Stormterra's lair. They didn't specify which top, so let's just climb all the way. Plus, there is an achievement. So, okay, now where is the city to have in the background? Wait, will I even see it? Oh, there it is. Alright, we've got Mondstadt in the background, so let's do our wish. Well, we finally got an Animo character, and our first double 4-star, so I guess that's something. Unfortunately, I only have 21 wishes left, and a 50-50 still. I don't like where this is going. Next is buy the lyre and play the intro song. Oh dear. I don't remember which of these he was actually sitting on in his trailer, and I don't care enough to track it down, so I'm just gonna assume it was this one. I'm gonna be so honest, this took a lot of brain power for me. I need to get better at this or re-download Genshin on my phone because this and the other lyre mechanics are super awkward on the controller. I love rhythm games, I was a pro at Tap Tap Revolution, and I also very much love Superstar JYP, and of course the queen, Project Diva. I've actively avoided a certain other Miku game because I can't afford another gacha game, but it's really awkward on controller, so I have to either figure out the keyboard mechanics or hope for the best because there's achievements for this too. Unfortunate. After struggling for an embarrassing amount of time, I sort of got it, so let's see if Venti rewards my efforts. I guess not. Okay, we have 11 wishes left, and I don't think we had any pity because I left it alone after pulling for Farina, so hopefully this doesn't go into hard pity territory because I don't have enough wishes or primo gems for that. Remove a team member from the party, it's like telling the game you have room for them. Well, since Moika is the newest Archon released, it would make sense to remove her to make room for the first Archon released, right? I'm gonna combine this with another one, which is to wish in front of Catherine. There was also one that said to give everyone drinks, but I only have one drink, so I'll just feed everyone apples again. Oh, no, Farina, that's cursed. Please don't put them to the wall. Okay, final temple. Okay, well, we still have a single pull, and we can get some pulls from Star Glitter. Let's just hope we win the 50-50. This ritual is to go wish where we ended the Mondstadt Archon quest with him. Unfortunately, I don't have a 10 pull, so I'll just do whatever wishes I have left with the Star Glitter here. There's 3 wishes with the Star Glitter, and after that, well, I guess we'll see. First of the 3, nothing. Second pull. Hey, you know what? It's a bow, which totally means Venti's coming home. And the final pull. We're just short of another pull, and I really don't want to put any more money in. We still have the dailies though, so let's go do that and see where we end up with Remo gems.
Add Astra. Thank you for completing.
Still short, but his trial will put us over 160, so let's go do that. Okay, I ran his trial, so now we're just gonna go for the old reliable. Zhongli, his fellow original Archon, sitting in the hands of his statue. Now, we hope for the best.
Oh, that was a refreshing sleep. Ah, Traveler, we meet again. Hey, What? You don't remember me? Well, allow me to join you on your quest once again. I must see to it that the bards of the world tell the traveler's tales.
We've finally done it. Now we can try to pull for his weapon, but then save up for future reruns and for the Saritsa.
But Ren, Raiden Shogun is getting a...
Huh. Must have been the wind. With Venti home, I did a concerning amount of farming around Mondstadt, which I'll put in a future video. Mostly because I can't even finish it right now without a portable waypoint. I got to 100% exploration in a few areas, but when I went to continue in the Gorge, I was reminded I need Cryo to complete the 3 Seals quest. Fabulous. Instead, we focus on the other 2 missions for this video, getting the Teapot and getting to Inazuma, both of which require completing the Liyue Archon quest. I did most of the Archon quest prior to getting Venti.
Hey girlie, hold still.
But obviously I needed him for Act 3, like I mentioned earlier. No, I didn't edit this. I don't know what you mean. If you've watched this channel before, you know exactly how these Archon quests go, so we're just gonna skip through this and show the fights. Unfortunately, through Act 1, I quickly hit AR-25, which meant I had to go farm for the Archons I can, sorry Raiden, and then take on the Ascension Domain. Spoiler alert, we do this 2 more times in this video. Genuinely, one of the negatives of doing a challenge with more than one character is having to run all their bosses. I know, first world problems. Luckily, once I get to AR-35, I don't actually need to ascend the world until it's time for Fontaine, but I can level all the characters to 70. So I'll just get everyone leveled along with their weapons and talents, and then level up the world. So while we farm for the bosses and then do the Ascension Domain, I did say this would be more of a yapping series, so what's the topic for today's video? Well, Genshin challenges. I think one of my favorite things about Genshin challenges is how unhinged they've started to become. Obviously, you want to be original, but there's a finite amount of challenges you can do in any game, especially if you constrain it to semi-short-term challenges you can make videos out of. The other day, I opened up YouTube, and the first thing I saw recommended was picking every mint into that. That is an unhinged challenge. I love it. I think that's also why I don't consider it too big of a deal when 2 or more channels have the same challenges. I mean, a prime example I think of is Killer Kokomi and Misdefeat's Dia only runs. They both had insanely different experiences, even using the same one character. All that to say that since everyone's playstyle and even editing style is different, I love when people do solo runs with the same characters, because you can really see how vastly different a character can be played. Obviously, you can see in my first Arlecchino only video that I was still very new. I had a lot of similarities in my editing to creators I enjoyed watching, and most people clocked that in the comments. Which is fine, because I literally opened the video saying that I was inspired by those creators to start my channel. But since then, at least I think anyways, I've definitely carved my own little style of, well, mostly yapping, but you can see the difference in my content, at least I hope. I've also gotten a better mic, and I've stopped whispering. Sorry to anyone who hoped I would become an ASMR channel. Maybe one day, probably not, but you know. Plus, my goal is different with my challenges. I'm striving to learn how to use these characters, which unfortunately also comes off as me not knowing what I'm doing most of the time. While most gaming creators hate backseat gaming, I welcome explanations and suggestions because I know someone who mains a character is going to know a lot more about their playstyle than I do. Plus, if I don't like a comment, I just ignore it. Unless it's especially nasty or a creative insult, sometimes I screenshot it to laugh about with my friends. You don't survive along a content creation if you don't have thick skin. It's funny though, because I'm incredibly sensitive and I expected to crash out if I got hate comments, but I think the kind comments that obviously far outnumber any sort of negativity makes a huge difference in my brain. Whenever I post a new video or a community post, I lay in my bed reading the comments, kicking my feet, smiling ear to ear, I swear. Obviously though, the thick skin depends. Some days I am just sensitive, but I'm learning to just put my phone down and ignore the internet on days like that. It usually only comes when I'm starting to get burnt out, but I'm doing my best to forcibly give myself one day off a week to ignore anything related to the internet. That's crass, you know? Oh, actually, circling back to Project Diva and Miku for a second, I have a story I've been wanting to share. That does also involve going outside. So I am an avid lover of Vocaloid, and my 2 favorites are Kaito and of course everyone's icon, Hatsune Miku. As a lover of the 2 of them, I am also a fan of their duo songs. One of those songs is Cantarella. Where am I getting at with this? Well, not that long ago, I was at Barnes & Noble, and as one does, I was locked in at the manga section. I don't even remember what I was looking for, but I stumbled upon this one-off manga for Cantarella. And of course, without even a second thought, I grabbed it to buy. Did I read the back? No. I just knew it was another manga based on a Miko song that I loved. I also don't speak Japanese, so I didn't really know what Cantarella was about beyond it being royal themed, which means I definitely didn't know the story of the song includes them being siblings. So obviously when you buy something in person, you have to bring it to the checkout, and so I did. And when the woman at checkout goes, "Oh, I didn't know there were Hatsune Miku mangas," I excitedly respond, "Yeah, a few of the popular songs get manga adaptations." The cashier reads the back and silently moves on to the other manga I had, and pretty much says nothing else to me. What did she see that I hadn't? Well, let me read it to you. Caesar, the eldest of the notorious Borgia household in 15th century Italy, learns he has a sister he's never met, Lucrezia. I'm butchering these names, I'm sorry. He is also given a poison called Cantarella, which has been handed down in the family for generations. The story unfolds after Caesare, here played by Kaito, meets Lucrezia, Hatsune Miku, for the first time. It's a brother-sister story, and I was so excited to talk about it. So, needless to say, I was very embarrassed, and I will probably never go back to that Barnes Barnes & Noble. Skipping through literally everything, we now find ourselves back to current events with Venti. So now it's time to start Act 3.
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War.
Unfortunately, before the final battles, we hit AR 30, meaning the world level automatically rises, and we need to go farm every boss. Again. Alright, cue the circus music. After a lot of grinding bosses and the ley lines for level up materials before realizing I can buy it from the Stardust store, we're at a pretty decent position with everyone's levels, and I feel a little better about the boss fight with Child, the defensive Liyue fight, and the cargo mission in Iizuma to leave Rito. Back to the Archon quest we go. Wait, I can climb mountains with Moika's bike, and I spent all that time struggling? Okay, now I understand the comments that were raging about me not using Moika for exploration. My bad.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
You'd solve your problems if you just could finally.
Okay, so listen to this. Something I recently found out is content creators might need visas when entering countries in specific circumstances. I found this out at like 10 p.m. on a Sunday, so obviously any consulates are closed, and I spent like 3 hours stress Googling what visa I might need, when it would apply, how to apply, things like that for my trip to Korea in the fall. The next day, I called my area's Korean consulate to ask, and luckily, since my stay is under 90 days, and so long as I'm not paid by a Korean company, I'm good and I fall under a visa-free tourist stay. But now, I know I have to be a little more careful when traveling abroad because usually they ask you what you do for a living on arrival paperwork, and my primary income source is content creation. I don't necessarily make a living off of it yet, but that's what savings are for. Also, when learning Korean, I always heard people say that talking on the phone is a battle in and of itself, and I definitely learned that for this call. I selected English, but when the woman picked up the phone, she answered in Korean, and my brain instantly malfunctioned. You would expect me to ask in Korean if she speaks English. Did I? No. Instead, I go, "Hi," pause. I have a visa question. Another pause. I think she realized I was testing the waters and she responded in English at that point. I was mortified. But the good news is I don't need a visa, so I'm glad. Well, unless any Korean companies are watching and want to do a sponsorship. Moving right along, apparently a team of 6 Archons isn't enough to put Child down because now he needs to summon another god. Unfortunately for him, we have 2 of the original Archons who fought in the Archon War. Well, only one is on the team, but it's fine because technically the whole point of this battle is Zhongli not intervening. Despite that, I was definitely struggling. I think I'm so used to solo challenges that I've begun to lose the muscle memory of having a team, so I'm trying to both remind myself how and when to rotate team members, and also remembering the proper order to use characters. Plus, nobody's weapons or talents are at the correct level, but I'm gonna work on that after I get everyone properly leveled. Oh, exciting update. I'm thinking my Discord server will be ready to open soon. I'm kind of trying to get past the jitters of it, and also getting myself ahead on channel stuff so I can have the spare time to dedicate to keeping an eye out on the server, working out any hiccups, etc. I'm a little nervous with the possibility of things going wrong, but I also know since it's going to be pretty small at first, it'll be a good chance to work out any of the early issues. I'll probably look for a way for any members to submit feedback, and eventually maybe open up moderator applications, but that's down the line. Here are some of the emote previews. In other exciting news, I've started working on merch. It's probably going to be a few things to start out. Art with merch rights is understandably expensive. I got a lot of requests for a plushie, and while I love the idea and love even more that you guys want it, so far I've only found one company that does campaign style plushies, so I'll see if they're willing to work together. Circling back to non-plushie merch, I am a huge fan of subtle merch, and will probably focus on a mix of subtle merch and, well, not subtle merch, I guess. I own a bunch of shirts from Uniqlo that are like anime or other specialty collabs, and the front is super subtle, but the back has a proper design. And the back is easy to cover with layers, or honestly, it can just be out because what people behind me see is between them and their god. I don't need to know because I don't need to face them. I know a lot of times merch tends to walk a thin line between cute and cringe, especially for content creators, so I want to have a few options. That said, at the end of the day, there's 2 primary reasons for me releasing merch at all. The first one is, well, myself, as well as a few friends who know about my YouTube, all want merch, which yes, is cringe, but having stuff I designed myself and art I commissioned in physical form would be so cute and feel really rewarding. Additionally, I want to give anyone who would want to buy merch the ability to. I don't want people to feel obligated in the same way I don't want people to feel obligated to become channel members. People commenting, interacting with my content, all of that makes me happier than I can say. Speaking of you guys, do y'all really want to be called wrenches? I mean, I don't mind, and it would be hilarious having my Oshi marks, which is a VTuber term for emotes representing them that fans can use to identify themselves, be being a flower or a fox, and then a literal wrench. I saw a few people suggest wrenlins, which I thought was adorable, but wrenches is amazing too, so if that's what everyone wants, that is a-okay with me. It feels perfectly chaotic, to be honest. With the Liyue Archon quest done, we are now able to begin the Teapot quest. Just like with Arlecchino, this quest is literally just following Yanfei around the harbor and a lot of dialogue, so I'm skipping it. Sorry, Yanfei. Wait, why isn't it working?
A dash of frosting!
Anyways, and with that, we finally have our teapot. Our second goal of this video is now done. Unfortunately, I need 300 of the Adeptal currency to buy one of the planting plots, which is what I need to begin the very long time-gated achievement. I guess it's a start at least. I think my eventual plan for the teapots is to have all of the Archons in the teapots, and maybe have either an entire plane or just an island or something like that dedicated to each one. I've never been one to super decorate my teapots or anything like that. I kind of just throw things in at random to maximize the energy. Also, I will be putting non-Archons in the teapot at some point after I hit Friendship 10 with the Archons. The reason is there's an achievement that requires hitting Friendship 10 with 20 characters. I figure putting characters in the teapot hurts nothing and can still help the achievement. A win-win. Up next is our final mission, getting to Inazuma. We absolutely will not be finishing Inazuma Archon quest right now, or anytime soon for that matter, but I need to at least complete Rito so I can have access to the entirety of Inazuma and go to Sarai Island for Raiden's materials. I think the most unfortunate thing about Raiden is to get to her boss and her materials, you need to do the Sarai Storm Chasers quest. At least it's not as long as, like, the desert quests, but man. First, of course, we have the Dainsleif quests, and oh my, it felt so satisfying to beat up the Abyss Herald easily.
There's nothing special about gods anyway. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods.
Well, I fear that ship has sailed. Speaking of ships, we complete the Dane quests and begin the Inazuma prologue, meaning we have to go board the Alcor. Before leaving the area, I gotta go get the chest. Could I use Venti's wind currents? Sure, but he's perfectly good at climbing too. Well, anyways, we finished the Inazuma prologue, and after our very long-winded Rito quest, it's time for the transport balloon mission. With this, we'll finally be free to head to Sarai Island. Don't worry, Raiden, it's almost time for you to rejoin the team. Ooh, it's the fruit. I thought I had to go all the way to the center of the island. Nice. And finally, Raiden gets her first ascension. It only took 6 months. Honestly, I don't remember if there's a specific way to do this, and admittedly, I don't care. I just spun it until it worked. It probably would have taken me longer to pull up the instructions for each one. You know, I don't know why I struggled with this boss so much when it first came out. Actually, my main DPS was Child and Kuching, so that's probably why. Speaking of bosses, just in time to level up Raiden, we hit AR 35, meaning I have to ascend everyone again. Yay. So unless you live under a rock, Genshin recently had its 5.6 livestream and released the patch trailer. First of all, I am thrilled. I am about to lock in like I've never locked in before. I'm thinking I might record on my main account grinding out the Natlan quests and make it a members only video, because I did promise that would be an occasional thing, and I haven't done it yet. I have firmly been an Albedo defender for as long as I've known he's existed, which is to say, I don't remember how long it's been because I missed the first event he was in, but I was already an Albedo enjoyer by the time his second event was released. He has remained on my main team for a long while now, and does he fit on the team? No, not even in the slightest. But honestly, nobody on my team entirely makes sense. It's just characters I like playing with the most. If anything, the one thing I'm dreading is the fact I play in English, and I'll probably just have to change the language because I know the Mondstadt Archon quest will get spoiled online, and this is probably the first time in a while I under no circumstances want to see spoilers. I was partially waiting it out with Natlan to see if the missing character voices get added, but I don't want to wait that long for Mondstadt. At least it give me a chance to brush up on my Korean. Also in the 5.6 livestream was the reveal of the Inazuma Chronicled Wish, and Oh man, I'm about to spend a lot of time logging into all of my accounts. I went through almost all 160 accounts trying to get Varessa on a solo account, but since I pulled on the accounts during the Leeway Chronicled Wish, at least there's pity on that banner as well, because I'll be working exclusively with the like 600 Primo Gems we get during new patches. It would be nice if the Chronicled Wish is first half, because then I only have to log into the accounts once, but I also have a bunch of stuff to work on in the first half of the patch with editing videos, so I'd prefer not having to spend 2 full days logging into my accounts. I guess it's a lose-lose. I really want to do a Kokomi only run. I know Killer Kokomi said he wants to do one, and of course he still should, and he has the same mindset of me that it's perfectly okay if creators do the same challenges since the challenges vary so much. Hopefully he's able to get
Strength. There was once a time when I neither possessed nor sought it, but now it's in the palm of my hand. I'm never letting go.
Kokomi on a solo account, and when he's feeling up to returning to content creation, he'll be able to do a run too. Who knows, depending on how my luck goes, maybe he'll finish his run before I can even start it. That said, I asked in my community tab who people want to see me do a solo run with, and a pretty large majority said Chiori, with Kazuha and Kokomi tied for second place. Though it was pretty even with the exception of Chiori's lead, so I'll be trying my best. Luckily, with it being entirely limited 5 stars, losing the 50-50 would still potentially get me progress in solo accounts, as long as I don't have another Zhao situation where I get him on multiple accounts. I think regardless, the Inazuma character only runs will be, well, rough, because their materials are locked to their nation. And don't even get me started on Kokomi and Yamiko's bosses. Or Ito and those beetles. Speaking of plans, I think my current plan is now that I've hit AR 35, I'm going to ascend everyone to level 70 and then not increase the world level. I know the drops aren't great unless I ascend the world level, but I'll prioritize higher AR when I need to farm artifacts. Oh god, I talked to Maya, so it's gonna trigger the TCG scene, isn't it? Okay, I know I have to complete TCG stuff eventually, and I saw some comments saying it'll take a while. I just have no intention of doing that now. My plan for the inevitable TCG video is if I complain, I pull. We'll see how much I spend there. I'm also going to try to do my best to get the majority of things done in the first 3 nations before I move on to Sumeru, since Sumeru, Fontaine, and Natlan have a ton of world quests and exploration alone, meaning exploration, world quests, story quests, things like that. I know most of the story quests require at least AR 40, so I'll obviously ascend my world and team before that. I can't believe this account is going to be the thing that gets me to finally log into Genshin daily. After going around one by one to collect the materials and buying the rest from the Stardust store, it's again time to fight each boss. Unfortunately, everyone needs 8 drops, and we get either 1 or 2 from each fight, so it took a while. This time, I spared my condensed resin a little bit, emphasis on a bit, and did the farming over the course of 2 days. Mostly because I did everything from We Will Be Reunited onward in a single day. Another example of Ren can't play this game, I just realized I can use Moika's motorcycle to climb these in her boss fight, and it makes things so much easier. But you know what else makes it easier? Having Raiden. This team is crazy. Sorry, Zhongli and Venti, you might be stuck in the reserves. Finally, after several months and an uncomfortable amount of money spent, we have all the currently released Archons, and all at the same ascension, mostly. We don't have any level up materials, but that will come once I start doing more farming. Today is also Monday the 28th, because again, these videos are easy to record last second, which means I can finally get the teleport waypoint. However, as for testing if it works,
here we go.
Huh?
thank you all so much for the support on the first episode. I'm still so blown away by how well that video did. Hopefully you guys continue to enjoy the series and let me know what you'd like to see. A special shout out to my channel members, and if you're new here, be sure to like and subscribe and hit the little bell so you never miss an upload. Until next time. I've been playing Genshin Impact for a bit, but lately I've just struggled with finding things to do.
Am I a joke to you? What? I just want to know, is that all I am? A big joke?
One of my favorite things to watch lately is from creators like Mischiefy, Killer Kokomi, or Java the Cup, who will do an entire speedrun with either a single character, a single weapon type, or some vague form of torture. Despite never doing a challenge playthrough before and being objectively very bad at Genshin Impact, I decided this could be fun and opted for a one-character challenge. With an idea in mind, I pinpointed the specific character I wanted to use and started the tutorial. Welcome to Gaming Impact. I played through the tutorial so many times that I started seeing it in my sleep. But instead of being productive or, touching grass, I persevered. Hoyoverse, in their pure generosity, initially gives you 12 pulls in the standard banner and 3 pulls in the limited banner. After failing to pull Gaming on standard, I still used my limited banner wishes. After all, what's the worst that could happen?
I am the knave, Arlecchino, 4th of the Fatui Harbingers.
Where was this luck when I was trying to pull her on my main account? After picking my jaw up off the floor, I knew there was only one thing for me to do: capitalize on it and make content. Obviously. Sorry, Gaming. For this challenge, the rules are that I can only use Arlecchino, but I can use any weapons, including 5-star weapons. I also can't play in co-op. Now, let's see if we can beat Genshin Impact using only Arlecchino. We start our journey at the domain of the Pyro Archon, Amber.
Fighting must have got them riled up. Yeah. Well, good thing I prepared my secret weapon, explosive puppet Berry Bunny.
After not missing multiple times, I light the Pyro Monument and easily finish Amber's domain. I equip Arlecchino with her best in slot, Traveling Doctor, and I go find Lisa to start her domain. Now, in challenge runs, most people skip Lisa's domain by flying to the other side, but, well, you can see how that went.
You know what that means?
No. What?
It means you have no skills and you're a loser!
So to make up for that, I borrowed an Electro Delusion from the Saritsa, lit up the monument, and finished Lisa's domain.
Come closer. Can you smell that?
Finally, it was time for Kaya's domain, and sure, I could have run through the flames, but where's the fun in that? Now, this is what sets Arlecchino above the rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Well, she's great when you use her right. Anyways, we fly over the spikes, and with that, Kaya's domain is complete.
Bravo. What a performance.
With the 3 temples done, we're finally released from the shackles of Mondstadt, and we finished Act 1. Now, I'm sure there's much more efficient ways to level up quickly that are utilized by speedrunners, but has anything I've done shown that I put any research or thought into this challenge before jumping in? Exactly. I did, however, upgrade Arlecchino's build, and man, just look at that crit rate. I made my way to the Knight's headquarters to find Kaya, listen to Paimon bully him,
Ew, cut it out!
and started his story quest.
My grandfather's treasure is a sword.
Well, that won't do me any good. The treasure hunt was going fine until I got to the second part of the mystery, and I realized I need to light up cryo monuments. And believe it or not, Arlecchino isn't cryo. After trying, and failing, to bully the cryo slimes into letting them for me, I called upon the Saritsa for another delusion, lit up the monuments, and finished Kaya's story quest. After that, I decided to go back to wasting time and just continuing to unlock the map, which did, eventually, bring me to AR10. AR10 gives you an additional standard banner 10 pull, so, of course, I immediately used them. Well, it wasn't Chi-Chi. Despite the tease from Hoyoverse, I went and exchanged the Star Glitter and Stardust for a few limited banner wishes because, like money, unused wishes literally burn a hole in my pocket.
Surprise, shawty!
Huh. That might be my gacha luck for the rest of the year.
Their envoys go by a particular name, the Fatui. Heard of them?
We start Act 2 by becoming the honorary orphan, because at this rate, nobody is helping me find my sister. And we go look for the Hosier of Mondstadt. We chase him to Windrise, and we get interrupted by what can only be described as, well...
SpongeBob Patrick, do you mind?
Let's continue this conversation in private, Patrick. I think some people are eavesdropping.
Hosier, I mean Venti, takes us to church, and we get falsely accused of a crime we definitely weren't planning on doing. Afterwards, Venti sings Diluc a song to convince him to help us.
Interesting.
We have a brief intermission, and then I return to the tavern to find out they called my boss.
A gene you would never see, even as an honorary knight.
We go to the Fatui hideout, and I learned something new about Arlecchino's kit. Did you know that if you have a bond of life greater than 30%, all of her attacks are pyro damage?
When her bond of life is greater than or equal to a certain percentage of her HP, she enters the mask of the Red Death state, converting her normal, charged, and plunging attack damage into pyro damage that cannot be overridden.
For what it's worth, I did watch that in full after I finished Mondstadt, so I promise I'll use her better going forward.
Where did you rats scurry out from?
After dealing with the Kumatai Zhongli, we recovered the Holy Lyre and returned to Mondstadt. I took a detour to do my newly unlocked daily commissions, but I'm assuming nobody wants to see me feed Timmy's duck friends. So I accidentally deleted most of the footage of getting Dvalin's tears, but here's one part I do still have, which is versus a Pyro Abyss Mage. What could possibly go wrong? Using my huge brain, and some run-throughs I watched, I was able to get it to vaporize the shield after a few attempts, and be on my way. Having collected all the tears, I went on a little stroll to collect some flowers and summon a dragon. You know, weekend activities. After further angering Dvalin, we finish Act 2, and I got a quest from Catherine to head to Liyue.
Your connection to the elements is so different from—
Who are you talking to right now?
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. And I need you.
Despite nearly getting thrown off a cliff by a boar at the end, I finally made it to Liyue. After meeting Catherine, I ended up deciding to really waste my time and try to go to Fontaine, since I knew I needed materials from Fontaine for both Arlecchino and her new weapon. I tried going through Chenyuville first, got briefly kidnapped, but it was worth it for what I got after. And then I fell short. For the record, I did eventually get to Fontaine, and the pre-activated waypoints don't actually unlock until after Mondstadt, which I would have known if I did any research. After that, I bit the bullet and finally decided to start Amber's story quest, begrudgingly. I got trolled by a Genshin pop-up in-game, and while completing Amber's quest, I got dragged, quite literally, into Zhangling's story quest. I opted to just finish Amber's first, and after Arlecchino mastered the art of the bow, I completed the domain, returned to Mondstadt, and finished Amber's quest. I went back to Springvale so Arlecchino could babysit her fellow Pyro Polearm user and help her find cooking materials. The first material you get for her is Lotus Heads in this conveniently placed body of water, but you're supposed to walk out of the pond the same way you went in, or you won't trigger the next part of the quest. So I proceeded to leave the pond the wrong way, and spent an embarrassingly long time running around trying to find other materials in case it wasn't actually the Lotus Heads that I needed. I even googled the quest to confirm it was supposed to be the Lotus Heads. Convinced I got stuck in a glitch, it wouldn't be the only glitch I find, I went back to the pond, and somehow this time I triggered the continuation of the quest without any problems.
Hey, it's Hannah. Hannah Baker.
Anyways, after finding the rest of the ingredients and making some soup to defrost Olaf, it was time for Zhangling's domain. I figured I'd have no problem with this domain, considering she's also a Pyro Polearm, so I lit up the monument and went to... Huh. That was weird. Maybe I wasn't fast enough? Anyways, after lighting the... Oh. I tried, and failed, to outsmart the doors, and realized it was probably to force us to use Guoba. I should have known. Having previously failed without Guoba, I resigned to my fate and just used him from the start. Well, tried to, anyways.
Fragile sign, cook it up, dinner time.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
After finishing the domain, I took a crying break, helped make some food that was...
friggin' awesome!
And finished Zhangling's story quest. Deciding it couldn't possibly get any worse, I went to Dragonspine. After definitely defeating the monster the first time, I unlocked the Frostbearing tree and then moved on to unlock the Statue of the Seven and open the Dragonspine map. Now, I don't remember why I ended up going to Wolvendom, but as soon as I got there, I realized something wasn't quite right. It was snowing. In Mondstadt. Maybe that theory of the Tsaritsa freezing all of Teyvat isn't too far off. Everything that was on the horizon ended up looking kinda spooky, but for some reason, Celestia was totally fine.
Winter is coming.
I gotta say though, I really liked how it looked in Liyue. Well, minus the blue mountains. Logging off corrected the glitch, but maybe this is a sign to not go back to Dragonspine. The next day I was able to run the domain for Arlecchino's weapon, which was a lot easier than I expected. I'm sure that won't last. I also accidentally messed with the recording quality on OBS, and it affected all of the recordings for the rest of Mondstadt. Oops. The 4.6 update released a new island with all of Arlecchino's material, but the waypoint on the island unlocks after Mondstadt. Instead of, being patient, I decided to take Wave Rider to the island. At the time, I didn't actually know if I would have been able to unlock the world quest to go underwater before completing Mondstadt, but it didn't matter because unlocking the final waypoint got me to AR 18, and that means it's time for Act 3, which starts with my favorite activity of bullying an Abyss Mage.
Oh, so we just need to fight monsters from the abyss and a dragon.
We? Who's we?
After Venti plays a song and opens the storm barrier, we start our journey towards Storm Terror's lair.
It's stuck. Don't underestimate. It's stuck.
Something tells me I'm going to be the only one doing anything. Again. The first two were easy enough to unlock, and when I got to the third one, I thought I was in the clear. I was not. Remember that thing I mentioned before about the bond of life and pyro damage? Yeah, take a guess how that went against a pyro Abyss Mage. It was close, but we did it. Honestly, if I had died after all that, I probably would have quit, I'm not gonna lie. After reaching the ends of my sanity, I finished breaking the seals and it was time to confront Storm Terror. I'm not joking when I say on my main account, it took so long before I actually did the Crowns domain for Storm Terror because I thought we would have to do this part again. At the time, I was playing on mobile and it was actually nightmare fuel. So after that terrible experience, it's now time for the final showdown. While I wasn't able to take out Storm Terror the first time, I was able to finish the battle in round 2 and ride Dvalin into the sunset to find my sister. Or something like that. We return to Mondstadt, flirt with Kaya.
Ah, so you do feel something for me.
And find out totally new information. After nearly giving Barbara a nervous breakdown, we followed Venti in a trap, Paimon got turned into an ice cube, and we meet alternate universe Elsa. Signora does a questionable job at giving Venti the Heimlich. I mean, that's definitely a choking hazard. But after a brief nap, we go find Venti under the tree and finally finish Act 3, marking the end of the Mondstadt Archon quest. I'm going to end this video here, so please let me know how you liked it. Since it's my first video, it's definitely a little rusty, so I'm fully open to feedback. I know most of these challenges are timed speed runs, but I figured since it's my first attempt, I would just go at a slower pace and make each major Archon quest its own video. If you prefer me just making it one long video, let me know, and for future solo challenges, I can try that instead. As for the Gaming solo run, I will definitely still be doing that in the future, so look forward to it. Thank you so much for watching, and if you want to see Arlecchino and I take on Liyue, be sure to subscribe.
Found your weakness.
Just this once.
Careful.
Don't. Oh, for Lord's sake.
Hit him where it hurts. Business?
Leave it to me.
Now, you're the prey.
So, it's been a bit longer than planned since my last video. Whoops. Admittedly, I had planned on uploading this video later in the month and doing a Honkai Star Rail challenge beforehand, but I got sick. And then my first episode got a lot more popular than I anticipated, and I got an obscene amount of comments asking for part 2. It wasn't even just those comments though. I also got a bunch of comments saying, "You're so funny, please don't die," which felt vaguely ominous alongside the part 2 requests. So here we are. We left off last time at AR 18, having just completed Mondstadt. In order to get to Liyue, I had to increase my adventurer's rank. What does that mean? It's time to go find the Dark Knight. No, No, not that one.
All we need to do is find a wealthy, vision-wielding vigilante who's not one of the knights. Nope, still no idea.
Are you just here for comedic effect? After some questionable interrogation methods with D-Luke.
Playing dead won't help you. That fire was nowhere near strong enough to... Oh, he seems to have passed out.
Fighting a wolf spirit with Razor and Amber, and begrudgingly going on a very strange date with Lisa. We make it to AR-23, and it's finally time to head to Liyue to begin the art conquest. Wow, this nation is so beautiful. Where are we again?
Liyue.
Ah, right.
Given that you just left your godless city.
Kicking him while he's down, I guess. I like how he says that we'd get lost if he gives us directions, so instead of just being like, yeah, so you go this way and then up the stairs, he just names a place and expects us to be like, oh yeah, totally know where that is. Thanks. Well, this kind of puts a damper on our plans.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
After getting the sigil from Child, it's time to go meet the Adepti. We light the forest on fire, and as a reward, Mooncarver tells us where to find the other Adepti. We're given the choice of which of the Adepti to visit first, with 2 of them being close by and 1 being across the map. So, of course, the reasonable choice is going and finding Best Boy, no matter the distance. The birds can wait.
It's for your own good. Leave. Now.
To preserve our dignity and win him over, we go ghost hunting, make Tevat's best salad, and end it all by ruining a perfectly good meal to tell Zhao his dad is dead. After definitely ruining his week, we leave Zhao and go find Mountain Shaper. Breaking the Ember is pretty difficult as a polearm, so my solution was plunging. Now, I want you to guess how many embers I had to break to find him. Every single amber down the mountain. Do you know where he was? Down here, outside of the quest area.
I just hope he didn't get trapped in Amber too.
Don't worry, even if he did, I already broke every amber between here and the top of the mountain. We get lectured for ruining Mountain Shaper's security system. Maybe he should get a ring doorbell.
Rex Lapis. Assassinated?
And now it's time to go find Cloud Retainer.
How about we cook up some extra special dishes for the Adepti?
Man, I'm so glad we learned to master the art of battle and the elements of Tevat to play cooking mama for the Adepti. Cloud Retainer's domain requires 2 things. Pyro, which works out great for us, and at least 3 functioning brain cells. That was a bit harder to achieve. Also, I really need to know who saw this bird form and was like, you know what we should do? Give her a hot human form. I have questions. We return to Liyue, tell Child to give her a hot human form. I have questions. We return to Liyue, tell Child some probably classified information, and complete Act 1, which means it's time to level up a bit to reach AR-25. Since I failed to do this in my previous video, let's discuss the pros and cons of Arlecchino. The most noticeable pro is that, well, she's obscenely powerful. One might say, OP.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Some people commented saying it wasn't even really a challenge to do a solo run with her, and to that I say, you're not wrong. However, the challenge isn't just beating Genshin with Arlecchino. The challenge is how poorly can I manage to play despite having one of the strongest characters to date and her signature weapon. You can decide that answer for yourselves. Not only is she a powerhouse DPS, but her burst provides self-healing, making her incredibly convenient to use in a solo run. Well, mostly. Additionally, behind Animo, Pyro is probably one of the top elements to have for a solo playthrough, since a lot of mechanisms in-game require it, and it's top-notch for a variety of elemental reactions. A personal favorite pro of hers is also the lack of conversation. Her idol is usually just sitting down or glitching, and she doesn't make a comment when you sprint. The comments from some characters can get kind of tiring, especially the sprinting ones.
Quit following me. Too slow. No time to lose.
So this is a welcome silence. Now for the cons. The first one is probably one I've dealt with the most, which is that having a Bond of Life active means you can't heal with food, so your ability to heal in battle relies entirely on the cooldown and energy recharge of your burst. If you can't get that up fast enough, well... Another con is something I brought up in my first video, which is the fact that if you have a Bond of Life active, all attacks are pyro damage. This causes issues with any enemies that are immune to pyro damage, like the Pyro Slimes and the Pyro Abyss Mages. Truthfully though, once you know about it, it's easy enough to avoid activating it. It's just really inconvenient when it comes to the Pyro Abyss Mages and their shields. After running around and exploring Dragonspine, we hit AR-25 and it's time to return to Liyue. We enter Northland Bank, as one does, and start Act 2. We have dinner with Child and Zhongli, and then go outside so Child can be left alone to battle his toughest enemy to date, Chopsticks.
Organizing the rite of parting Should prove to be an enlightening part of your travels.
You know what would be really enlightening? Finding my sister. We go find Shito.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
To start spending child's money. We go back to Mondstadt to make some rock soup and ruin yet another meal. I'm starting to sense a pattern. You know, with the saying time is money, I can kind of understand why Zhongli would prefer just buying all of the jade outright versus walking all the way to Mondstadt to save a few mora.
You two must be his servants. Please refrain from any further attempts to contribute.
Everybody's a critic.
So this time we get to go around town looking for nice-smelling ladies to talk to? Paimon likes this job.
Now use your strong hand to stir it with a persistent rhythm. Keep going until the juices start to come out.
I'm very uncomfortable with the energy that we've created in the studio today.
After some questionable perfume making, we go find Zhongli, where we find out Rex Lapis liked MILFs. Or maybe he was one. Hard to say. Zhongli sends us back to the city to find the cleansing bell, and I'm starting to wonder why this couldn't have been done in one trip.
Do you think this old granny could also be an adeptus?
No, Paimon. I just think old grandma NPC number 6 has the totally normal ability to make an entire world inside of a teapot. After pinning the cleansing bell, we go back to Liyue Harbor to spend more of Child's money on kites.
He just doesn't consider poverty to be something that could ever happen to him.
You know what? That's a really valid life motto. After paying the bare minimum to Tic Tac and Toe, so there's at least some of Child's money left over for all of this work, we head to Boo Boo's pharmacy to hopefully find the last thing we need. Say what you will about Mondstadt being a godless nation, but at least they don't have zombies.
You almost make it sound like I'm some sort of bourgeois parasite whose only utility lies in providing quaint pieces of trivia on demand.
Your words, not mine. After collecting the conveniently placed spare parts, we fix the ballista, but not everyone is thrilled by this progression.
You're looking at the leader of the treasure hoarders, old man.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I love the young people.
After, well, someone gets taught a lesson, we realize this entire trip was for nothing.
We did something positive, right?
Yes, we positively wasted our time. Coco Goatless, we go back to Boo Boo's pharmacy to disappoint a child.
Coconut milk.
To be fair, considering we haven't seen a single coconut tree in our travels so far, I'd find a Coco Goat far more believable.
Coco Goat! Coco Goat! My sides hurt.
Well, at least I made one child's day. Zhongli invites us to dinner, and truly, who are we to say no to free food? Well, as long as he remembers his Mora this time. Ganyu interrupts our meal to invite us to the Jade Chamber on behalf of Ningguang, and with that, Act 2 is completed. I ended up spending literal hours strolling and unlocking waypoints, which was fun for me while I was playing, but significantly less fun when I had to edit.
Wow.
Despite it causing me problems up until this point, I had a singular good thought and activated Mask of the Red Death State so I could more easily solve this puzzle. I then proceeded to struggle with solving the puzzle, but, well, at least I had one good thought. After some more time wasting, I mean map opening, we head back to Mondstadt for the Ascension domain. Why did we early players have to suffer in this Ascension by battling a boss enemy, just for new players to get enemies you can basically find on floor 1 of the Abyss? I demand justice for the Electric Cube. Anyways, after a not challenge, we complete the domain and can finally level up. Admittedly, it probably would have been more satisfying if I waited until I had enough XP to insta-level to 28, but oh well. After a few days of daily commissions and some domain runs, we finally reach AR 28, which means it's time for Act 3. Arlecchino, being so smart and so beautiful and talented, is able to spin her scythe fast enough to create a wind current.
Helicopter, helicopter!
We go back down to the ballista to shoot Paimon up to the Jade Chamber, but we're stopped by some Millilith who probably wouldn't have attacked if Paimon kept her mouth shut.
Stop! What's all this about?
You know, I've been debating doing a Keqing only run since she was actually the reason I started playing Genshin Impact. I saw someone streaming Genshin, and as soon as I saw Keqing, I was like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty, I need to play this game. And now, here I am, an unspeakable amount of money spent, and, well, C6 Keqing that I don't even use anymore. Keqing shares how to get to the Jade Chamber, and Paimon decides she has the perfect gift for Ningguang, sugar frosted slime. Honestly, if someone gave me this, I would probably think they were trying to poison me. Or they just hated me. While trying to find ingredients for Paimon's gift, we come across something that we should definitely mind our business about. So, do we mind our business? No, of course not.
It was nothing.
You didn't do anything. Paimon's entire goal of this trip was to get riches, and we have a guy willing to give us riches right here. So what does she ask for? A box. Okay. We head back to Liyue Harbor to get our box, and now it's finally time to go see Ningguang.
Minions! Tonight, we steal the moon!
Or, well, by the moon. We arrive at the Jade Chamber and quickly find out that Ningguang has been keeping an eye on us since we got to Liyue. Which, if that's the case, why did we get accused of killing Rex Lapis?
Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon.
Wow, I sure hope that doesn't become a problem later. We get called poor in literally every language imaginable once we enter the Jade Chamber, and we have the biggest plot twist of all. Paimon refers to herself in the first person.
That's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
So far, our rewards from Liyue have consisted of some loose change, a box for someone else, and a piece of paper. Oh, and some dinner that got interrupted. I'm kind of starting to understand why our twin went off the deep end. At Ningguang's very subtle encouragement, we leave the Jade Chamber and set off to find the Fatui.
Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect.
This feels like a very casual tone for a very insane revelation. We get back on target and go find Zhongli to give him a TLDR of our adventures at the Jade Chamber.
What's the most important thing to her then?
Why,
money!
Of course.
It's time to pick some flowers, but first we have to sing to them. As one does. Now, before, I absolutely would have taken this chance to make a joke with a song I definitely don't have the rights to, but I'm monetized now. I have to be more careful about what I include in my videos. After all.
What happened?
Huh. Guess they didn't like our singing. Our questionable singing gets the attention of Ganyu, who decides to come over and do some lore dropping. I love how Ganyu is just telling us all about the Archons, and Zhongli is just here like, yeah, that sounds about right. Ganyu gives us a happy glazed lily, and now it's time to head back to Liyue Harbor to finish preparations for the rite of parting. Or not. With the newly erupted conflict beginning in Liyue Harbor, we head off to the Golden House. That's right, it's finally time for the moment everyone's been waiting for. The final showdown. Harbinger versus Harbinger.
Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight!
That just means I can go all out. Brace yourself to do against the might of a Harbinger.
Round 3. Fight! Simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hell's the soul. Finish him. Don't make me take it from you.
Yeah, it wasn't a challenge. After humbling Child, he decides the best solution is to revive an ancient god. Seems a little bit overkill, but to each their own, I guess. Now at the Jade Chamber, it's time for the true culmination of the Liyue Archon quest. I cannot believe that Ningguang is only a 4-star. With the addition of Vaporize, this was another easy victory. Well, mostly. After one of my favorite cutscenes in the main story quest, we have reached the resolution of Liyue. The Adepti decide not to destroy the harbor, how kind of them, and we head to find Zhongli at Northland Bank. 2 Harbingers and a god in one place. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I guess you could say 3 Harbingers.
And our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle.
No, it really wasn't.
So you're the Lord of Chill?
Wow, never saw that one coming. I think the real problem here is finding out that we spent all of this time preparing for the funeral of the guy standing next to us alive and well.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
Yeah, I can't really blame Child for being bitter about all of this either. After Zhongli tells us about Inazuma, Act 3 is complete. With the completion of the Liyue Archon quest, there's one more thing we must do before we can go to Inazuma, the Dainsliff quest. Starting with this video, each new addition to the series will be the Archon quest plus the Dainsliff chapters. We return to Mondstadt, and Catherine informs us of a mysterious blonde traveler, just not the one we wanted to find. After going and asking around for more information, we're directed to Angel Share. We're told to wait literally all day until the mysterious traveler finally shows up and ignores us. Well, until we tell him we're looking for a relative. Suddenly that piqued his interest. Go figure, the first person we've met so far who actually wants to help. Mark my words, if Dainsliff ever becomes a playable character, I will absolutely do an only Dainsliff account. In hindsight, this was a very story-convenient way for Genshin to summarize the previous events of the game up until this point. We answer Dainsliff's 3 questions, and despite the fact that we were the ones commissioning him, he decides that we're gonna go check out the Temple of the Falcon. Oh. Crier recommended. I'm sure that'll go fine for me. After easily taking on some hilly churls, we head to the next room and find my favorite enemy, the Pyro Abyss Mage. Great. This time though, we can use the rain to break the shield, and with that, it really wasn't much of a challenge. If the last 2 times we've gone through this domain is anything to go off of, we only have 1 more section. But that's usually where the treasure is, so I'm not worried. Please hold while I go cry for a bit.
One hour later. Two hours later. 3 hours later.
Can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
Overruled. Witness my rise.
It is a morass of inconceivable madness.
Okay, I know it's a real word and all, but morass just sounds like a crude nickname you'd give to Zhongli. Get it? Because Morax.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Anyways, our next stop with Dainsleif is Wolvendom, and considering how often we go to Wolvendom, especially because there's, you know, a weekly boss here, I don't understand why there isn't a waypoint closer. But again, boomer complaints. We find Dane and then go on a scavenger hunt to find more Abyss clues. Why is it always Pyro Abyss mages? We beat up the Abyss mages and go back to Dainsleif again, who now wants to go to Stormterror's lair. I'm starting to think he's just picking random places to go.
Naughty, naughty!
This area is literally giving me war flashbacks.
We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
Ah yes, a conveniently placed wind current. My favorite type. We head to the top of the cliff to catch up with Dane, who apparently teleported here. When are we gonna get access to this area? That's what I want to know.
Your journey has only just begun, has it not? At least you now know that she is still on this world. At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find her itself.
The sun clearing right now, truly the weather has been a paid actor throughout my challenges. Dane leaves us with wise words and a promise to meet again, and the Dainsleif quest is complete. Now it's time to head back to Liyue to begin one last quest before we can hit AR-30 and start Inazuma. We run into Ganyu, who, along with Lan, are discussing the treasure hoarders, who are now targeting the Abyss Order. I guess that whole "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" saying doesn't apply in this situation. We accept Ganyu's commission to investigate what the treasure hoarders are, investigating. And so starts the first act of the Traveler's questline. We will be reunited. We head to the ruins, and taking note of the fact that I got a bunch of comments on previous videos telling me about the chests I missed, I went looking for any and all chests, just to not find any. A note for later, I did in fact miss the chests that are here. Pretty on brand, I'd say. You know, I haven't played this quest in years, since it first came out actually, and I genuinely forgot how creepy this whole area is. I was just trying to get good shots for the video, and at this point, I hadn't noticed it was draining my HP rapidly. Oops. And now we get to deal with everyone's favorite challenge. Now, I want everyone to guess how many tries this took. If you guessed 4 tries, you'd be wrong. It took 5 tries. After that, we think we're in the clear. Just kidding, I guess.
Careful! Don't get cocky! What a tough battle!
Tough for who, exactly? We leave the ruins and find Dainsleif waiting outside. We give him a TLDR and head to battle some Abyss mages. At least there's no Pyro Abyss mages this time. It feels like every time we've traveled with Dane, we end up just running around with no real objective. I mean, not that I mind aimlessly beating up Abyss mages, but, you know. We head to our next destination, which is conveniently located not near a teleport waypoint. I guess I should have seen that coming.
This is where
Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect.
Alright, well, let's go suffer then. Oh, or not?
They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Tevat. Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you.
Said by the one who's also been wandering aimlessly for 500 years. Well, at least it gave enough time for the bond of life to run out. After saving the worst for last and spending an ungodly amount of time trying to break the shield, we can finally move on. Hopefully this is the last Pyro Abyss mage we see for a while.
Attaching Osial's limbs to construct a mechanized god.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time someone in this game tried to make a mechanized god, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Now it's time to head back to Mondstadt and go ask around about the inverted statue. But not before Dane makes excuses to not enter the church.
Hey, how y'all? Get your fucking dog, bitch! It don't bite. Yes, it do!
After Barbara is done telling us about the missing statue of the Seven and the Tyrant's final fury, probably unrelated, Rosaria comes to share that the Abyss Order is causing problems in Wolvendom. I guess our investigation is taking another detour. We let Dainsliff know and then head into the chaos.
Oh, here it is.
There has to be a more efficient method to defeating these mages. Ooh, you so badly want to come over here and fight me.
Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable.
Well, we can't all be extroverts, I guess. After Dane leaves, Jean comes and finds us and gives us a rundown of the situation. That looks like a problem. The Abyss Herald, again, is not really much of a challenge. As a reward for helping, we're given a lead to find the first field tiller, and we go find Dainsliff to plan our next steps. We head to Stormterror's lair, again, but this time with actual awareness of what we're looking for. Dane uses his whatever that was, power, and finds the eye, and now comes deciding what to do with it. Seems a little big for our inventory.
Prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven!
I don't know, I think Venti will forgive us. It would probably be more of an issue if the missing statue suddenly reappeared versus just poofing from existence. It's time for the final showdown, so we head back to Liyue and enter the ruins again. Great.
Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat! That or the stupidest.
Probably both. You know, I think I'd rather fight 3 Abyss Heralds at once than keep dealing with these bubbles.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Oh.
Time to silence you!
Wow, it would be so cool if my energy could recharge faster. After being semi-certain I was done for, I managed to pull away with the victory. Barely.
Alright.
And if I
There's
speak...
nothing ends right now, so that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck upon, thanks for watching. No, wait.
Princess.
After being left with some answers, but mostly a lot of questions, and a forced summary of the events with Paimon no matter what option we choose, we have reached the end of the We Will Be Reunited quest, marking the conclusion of the Liyue interlude. This also marks the end of the video. Sorry it took me so long to get it out. I've had a bit of a chaotic couple of weeks, and I've been trying to work on a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I'm also hoping to get better with editing speed so I can get videos out a little bit faster. In terms of future content, keep an eye on my community tab, as well as my other social medias in the description box for updates and some sneak previews. Thank you all so much for the support I've received on this channel. I really can't come up with words to explain how happy and just overall overwhelmed it makes me. I will do my best to continue bringing quality videos to you all. I primarily plan to continue doing solo runs with limited 5-star characters, but will also be eventually branching out to do more games.
It's going to be it for the stream. Good luck upon, thanks for watching and listening.